impressionnantes depuis le début des playoffs, hormis cette défaite contre les Wolves, Paul, la montée en puissance.
La montée en puissance la plus impressionnante. Après, l'équipe la plus impressionnante reste, je pense, le FaZe Clan par leur régularité et le fait qu'on soit allé accrocher cette grande finale. C'est vrai que WCTM, il y a quand même cette contre-performance face aux Wolves de leur côté. Et derrière, ça a été une montée en puissance, notamment avec l'arrivée sur le stage hier où on a senti un WCTM totalement retrouvé, totalement galvanisé, un JV 92 qui attendait peut-être aussi ce moment, lui qui aime beaucoup jouer avec le public et avec cette hype. On avait vu un peu plus en retrait sur les phases de poule également. Donc non, c'est des WCTM qui semblent plus que jamais peut-être pour aller en place pour aller chercher ce marteau. Maintenant, il y aura des difficultés encore sur le chemin.
Ouais, des difficultés sur le chemin pour les WCTM. On va avoir une petite interview d'Igor à vous proposer et je pense qu'on peut lancer le magnéto à la régie.
O torneio está sendo altos e baixos, a gente começou meio mal no campeonato, oscilando um pouco para o nível que a gente estava, só que a gente sabe que a fase de grupos é só para chegar até os playoffs. Nos playoffs a gente acabou indo cedo para lower bracket, só que isso tira uma pressão, agora a gente está jogando tranquilo, só jogando jogo a jogo, e se a gente deixar a gente chegar, a gente vai levar a marreta, basicamente isso. Ter a torcida nos apoiando é uma particularidade da W7M. A gente nunca teve a torcida nos apoiando, sempre era para o nosso adversário. Então aqui no Brasil ter o carinho da torcida está sendo uma experiência única e muito gratificante para a gente. Foi de felicidade saber que ia ter jogado aqui. Eu já tinha assistido um campeonato, a Pro League no Rio em 2018. Eu sabia que a torcida ia ser insana, então queria muito estar aqui no palco. Tanto que quando a gente classificou, teve foto minha chorando e tal, porque eu fiquei bem emocionado por poder estar vivendo essa experiência aqui e não estar deixando nada a desejar, tá sendo incrível. Eu acho que o esportes aqui no Brasil, ele tá mudando um pouco de patamar. Os esportes tradicionais sempre foram a paixão do povo, só que hoje em dia você vê crianças não querendo ser um jogador de futebol e sim um jogador de esportes. Então acho que ela tá mudando, ela tá trazendo novas oportunidades, porque a gente tem o esporte para mobile, que ajuda muito o pessoal que às vezes não tem dinheiro para ter um computador, mas tem um celular. Então tá abrindo muitas portas, muito emprego e uma nova oportunidade para pessoas que não se identificavam com o esporte tradicional também sonharem ser um jogador de esportes mesmo e ter uma profissão no futuro. Então acho que está tendo um impacto bem legal e a gente tem que continuar investindo nisso. Eu acho que é uma paixão mesmo, a gente gosta de improvisar bastante, então às vezes na tática mesmo, em outros países eles até levam vantagem por serem mais frios, só que a gente gosta muito de reagir, improvisar, é a skill bruta ali, então acho que é meio que por conta disso que a gente é tão bom assim no FPS.
On sent la passion dans les mots d'Igor et on sent la ferveur de tout un peuple, les Brésiliens qui sont à fond. On l'a vu hier avec une ambiance où il y avait peut-être la moitié de la salle seulement de remplie et on n'a jamais vu ça sur Rainbow Six.
J'ai hâte de voir ce que ça va donner avec une salle qui va se remplir évidemment tout au long du week-end à l'approche aussi de cette grande finale. Mais c'est vrai que l'ambiance hier était folle et tu sentais, notamment sur le match du WCTM, où à chaque kill qu'il pouvait y avoir pour la formation brésilienne, tu avais l'impression qu'ils étaient poussés par ce public derrière. Enfin, c'était même pas une impression, c'était clairement ce qui se passait sur le terrain et ça a boosté. Et on en a parlé longtemps, pendant une semaine et demie, de ce buff qu'allaient avoir les Brésiliens probablement, en disant qu'ils allaient être boostés. Et on le voit juste pour FaZe, pour WCTM, un petit peu aussi pour Alemao dans une moindre mesure. C'est incroyable ce qu'on voit du côté de Sao Paulo.
Fufu, tu avais vécu les finales à Rio, sur place. T'en gardes un souvenir impérissable ?
Ouais, avec Guillaume, on le dit régulièrement que ça fait partie des meilleurs moments de notre carrière de cast. On était pourtant parqués dans les travées du stade, dans ce qui ressemblait à une cage de béton. Et pourtant, malgré le fait d'être enfermé, d'avoir le casque sur les oreilles, on sentait la salle vibrer et les gens criaient. Alors j'étais moins sourd qu'à l'époque qu'aujourd'hui, donc j'entendais un peu mieux. Mais l'ambiance là-bas est absolument démentielle. Il se trouve qu'en plus, on avait eu des matchs incroyables et on se rappelle notamment du Fnatic EG, évidemment, avec Diesel qui nous faisait le match de sa vie alors qu'il était coach à l'époque. Aces avec sa sortie à la shotgun depuis l'armurerie. Enfin, on avait eu des choses absolument incroyables sur ces finales de Rio, mais la faveur du public brésilien, elle est juste folle. Et même à l'extérieur du stade, tu avais des marchands à la sauvette avec du merch Rainbow Six de contrebande. Enfin, c'était la folie furieuse d'un bout à l'autre de l'événement.
Full anecdote, quoi. Tu pourras en parler pendant des heures. Les marchands à la sauvette.
Ouais.
Qui vendent du stuff Rainbow Six.
Ouais, et je pense qu'il n'était pas officiel. Hein.
Écoute, je pourrais t'écouter parler des heures de ça, Fufu, mais malheureusement, on n'a pas des heures à consacrer à toutes ces histoires. On va voir d'ici quelques minutes une première commendation aujourd'hui. Il y en aura encore 3 et il y a, pour le coup, si vous suivez l'e-sport, une très très belle surprise encore aujourd'hui, pas forcément pour les Français, mais pour Rainbow Six et pour sa beauté dans sa globalité. On vous laissera découvrir, ce sera la deuxième commendation de la journée. Messieurs, on a donc parlé de ces W7M. On va maintenant parler des G2, de la run des G2 qui, comme celle des W7M, passe par le lower bracket.
Ouais, des G2 qui ont montré aussi quelques signes de faiblesse sur ce Six Invitational, mais qui reviennent extrêmement fort. On l'a vu sur ces matchs et sur leur dernière performance avec des victoires convaincantes face au Liquid, puis face au Bliss et hier face au Dark Zero, où sur scène on a montré que c'était le G2 qu'on avait connu l'année dernière sur le Six Invitational. Certes, on a eu cette défaite face au FaZe Clan, mais avec le recul qui, on le disait, est peut-être la meilleure équipe jusqu'à présent de ce Six Invitational. C'est une équipe peut-être encore meilleure que l'année dernière, avec un Uno en remplacement d'un Blur, qu'on en a beaucoup parlé aussi les jours précédents, en évoquant ce qu'il pouvait apporter après son premier passage raté chez les G2. Donc je parlais des W7M ultra favoris. Les G2 sont pas très loin derrière sans doute.
Ouais, Igor le disait il y a quelques minutes sur l'interview, c'est la première fois que les W7M jouent devant leur public. Et il y a une espèce de ferveur derrière les taureaux, mais c'est aussi la première fois qu'Alemao joue devant son public. Est-ce qu'il ne peut pas y avoir justement un effet de contre-foule contre les taureaux ?
Je pense que la majorité sera quand même évidemment pour les W7M, structure brésilienne, joueurs brésiliens. Même s'il y a Ramalho et Alemao en face, je pense que le poids des W7M dans le public sera extrêmement lourd. Maintenant, il n'y aura pas cette ambivalence, comme on le disait hier, où il y avait des Brésiliens d'un côté et la plèbe de l'autre qu'il fallait huer du plus profond de ses poumons. Donc ça va être, je pense, une ambiance un peu plus partagée quand même. On va pas disrespecter un Alemao comme on a pu disrespecter un peu les autres équipes hier, que ce soit Sonic, Dark Zero ou Virtus Pro. Maintenant, ça va être compliqué de toute façon à gérer. Encore une fois, on l'a vu, c'est un catalyseur de momentum, ce public. Si ça se passe bien, tu vas enchaîner les rounds, tu vas réussir à snowball comme ça sur cette ambiance. Par contre, si ça se passe mal, que tu as la clim, que tu as le silence, de cathédrale dans cette salle, c'était impressionnant. Sur les rounds enchaînés des Dark Zero, par exemple, pas un bruit. Ça peut être extrêmement pesant aussi pour les équipes. Est-ce que, justement, G2, c'est pas l'organisation e-sport par excellence qui peut galvaniser une partie de la foule qui ne serait pas brésilienne ?
Bien sûr, les G2, c'est une équipe incroyable.
On va voir la commendation, la première.
It was really showing that games can help people connect and get that time together. I like being with my people, having a goal, and having fun with it. So 2 years ago, we started to create a band. I think if you really can combine being with people you like, you have fun, learn and grow with it, it's the best combination you can have. My name is Claudia and we are here in Düsseldorf today to talk about me and Rainbow Six. I first discovered video games when my father got his first PC. My brother and me started with a second PC to play together, and he also joined LAN parties, where I was a bit of the maybe annoying sister that wanted to come with him. At one point I joined an organization that created LANs for thousands of people, and I was just involved in getting people together. I think it's a nice thing to really get all the people with the same passion for video games together. It's a nice feeling because you always have something to talk about. You have can connect to people easily. When I joined the Rainbow Six team, one of my first challenge was to really get everyone connected. We are working with people all over the world, like Montreal, Shanghai, Barcelona. So for me, it was bringing the people together and try to align that we all work towards the same goal. The CodeF studio is helping the Montreal studio with the core game, and we are working on specific features. We have specific missions and specific expertise to work on elements of the game. As an example, Rainbow Six Siege is a very difficult game to learn, so we have the onboarding cell that creates great tutorials. We would like to have a home for every player. We have some that enjoy the events more, we have some that enjoy ranked more. We really try to make sure that everyone can find their place and their play style and their preferred way of playing Rainbow Six Siege. For me, my team is the best, of course. And they're really happy to push each other to really get to a high quality delivery.
It will sound that I'm saying that because we are recording about her, but I swear it's true. Claudia is probably the best manager I ever had.
Claudia is this connection point. She really is this glue between us and the rest of the Siege family, I would say.
She really listened to us and give us the opportunity to give our own ideas and show our strengths.
I admire that skill of her. She is a true lead and a role model to the team and to me personally.
Claudia loves Siege. You can tell that in her work. And she loves the people who make the game as much as she cares about Siege itself. So whether you're online or offline, she's the person you want on your team.
It's really nice that all this different point of views and diversity is brought into the game. When we look at the operator, we have them from all over the world, and I think this is really nice because it's really representing the team.
It's another thing about this team that I think is really special. We come from all over the world, myself included, to come work on a game about international operators who are all working together. So, and a little bit of what we do every day is what you play in the game.
I mean, Rainbow Six is, for me, best to play with friends, and it's really cooperative and collaborative with the team. Thinking about it now, I was always about bringing my friends and also later other people together, and it was always for me to try to make sure that people have the best experience when playing games. That's my passion when it comes to video games, to bring them together. It's always very interesting how we, with our small team, our small feature, are working in this big project with people all over the world, and we come together and celebrate this at the ISI when we show it to the community. Everything you work on comes real. When meeting at the ISI, we see everything that's digital come together, so digital friends and internet friends that come together and become real friends that are. You see all the different people, from the pro players to the casual players like me, to the cosplayers that are there. Everyone that is interested in Rainbow comes together and really celebrate the game, celebrate everything that happens in between, celebrate all the time they played, really come together and enjoy them.
Onto our stage, our Six senior producer, the amazing
Producteur senior Claudia Schumacher, qui va donc recevoir un prix pour son travail sur Rainbow Six Siege. Félicitations. Claudia, on a vu sur cette vidéo ce que tu as achevé sur ce jeu et que ton équipe t'aime énormément. Et tout le monde ici aime ce que tu fais. Ça doit être spécial pour toi. Ouais, c'est spécial d'être ici. J'aime mon équipe aussi. Donc c'est vraiment cool de pouvoir les représenter. Et ouais, je suis très contente d'être ici. On va revoir un petit peu ce qui s'est passé. Il y a beaucoup d'amour pour Rainbow Six Siege, mais la passion pour Siege, elle est arrivée quand? Elle est arrivée d'où? J'ai toujours adoré jouer au FPS, et quand j'ai appris la profondeur tactique de Rainbow Six, c'est là que je suis tombé amoureux du jeu.
Representando inclusive o time dela, e disse que, especialmente quando ela conheceu o jogo e as dificuldades e a complexidade, ela se apaixonou pelo game.
This is a tough one I've got for you now, Claudia, because you've got a lot of them. But what would you say is your greatest
Qu'est-ce que tu dirais qui est ton plus grand succès? C'est dur. Parce que j'ai aidé à pas mal de fonctionnalités dans le jeu. Et finalement, c'est les récompenses en jeu. J'ai vraiment hâte que vous voyez ce qu'on vous prépare demain, notamment. Et voilà, ce sur quoi on a travaillé les derniers mois.
Tem muita coisa legal que ela faz no jogo, que ela vê o resultado, mas sempre está pensando nas próximas coisas que ela pode trazer para o jogo e tenho certeza que todo mundo fica muito feliz com isso.
Une des meilleures choses sur Siege, c'est que ça rassemble les communautés. Ouais, j'adore rencontrer des gens en ligne et puis ensuite les voir dans la vraie vie, c'est super excitant. Donc voilà, big up à mon équipe. Et vous êtes tous incroyables. Qui aimerais-tu remercier sur ce main stage? Tellement de gens. Tous ceux qui ont fait partie de mon voyage et de mon développement. Mon équipe. Et mes amis et mon partenaire pour le soutien. Et voilà, la reine pour Claudia Schumacher. Profite de ton Six Invitational. Et nous aussi, on a hâte de voir ce que nous prépare Ubisoft. Ce sera demain donc pour le reveal de ce qui va se passer sur toute l'année 9. Messieurs, on était en train de parler des G2, de parler un petit peu de cette scène qui va s'orienter peut-être autour des W7M, peut-être autour d'Alemo, peut-être un petit peu des deux. J'étais en train de te poser la question, oui. Fufu, est-ce que les G2, c'est pas la meilleure organisation, la meilleure structure pour diviser un petit peu l'arène?
C'est vrai que G2 a quand même une grosse portée, un gros rayonnement international, surtout sur Rainbow Six, où c'est les reliquats d'un Penta de l'époque qui était ultra dominant. Et puis on est arrivé avec les G2, on a enchaîné sur des victoires de Major, on les a justement ici à l'écran. Et puis cette victoire sur un Six Invitational qui a un peu relancé aussi la hype autour de G2, qui depuis 2 ans, 2-3 années même, était en grande difficulté et peinait malgré des rosters qu'on appelle super team, très souvent, on mettait énormément de moyens pour les G2. On peinait à avoir des résultats et cette victoire au Six Invitational, je pense, a redonné un petit peu quelques couleurs à ces G2.
Ouais, on a eu du mal quand même, après le titre de champion du monde l'année dernière, à trouver ses marques avec Blur. Il y a eu ce changement pour Uno. Du coup, Fufu, est-ce que la dynastie G2, elle passait par un renouveau tout de même après le dernier Six?
Semble-t-il, en tout cas, c'est le choix qu'ils ont fait. Pas là pour effectivement refaire les choix à leur place. C'est le chemin qu'ils ont voulu prendre. Mais par contre, de dynastie, on en est loin. Une dynastie WCTM, elle peut se couronner ce soir, par contre.
Si on a un doublé G2 là, demain soir, Fufu, c'est une dynastie de gagner 2 Six Invitational, mais de louper les 2 majors de l'année?
Non.
Non.
Non, le back-to-back est impressionnant, mais il manque de constance et de régularité sur l'année. On aurait eu au moins un major sur l'année, on aurait pu parler de dynastie, mais une dynastie, c'est une domination implacable et sans partage. Là, on a fortement partagé avec les WCTM sur cette année 2023.
C'est Penta, into Major Paris, into Six Invitational.
Et into finale de Pro League, champion de Pro League sur champion de Pro League sur champion de Pro League sur champion de Six. C'était des Pentas qui raflaient tout. Là, on parlait de dynastie, effectivement. Les Pentas gagnaient toutes les compétitions à se mettre sous la dent.
Donc, si on veut parler de dynastie cette année pour les G2, ça commence par le Six Invitational, Paul.
Ouais, ça commence par ce Six et pour aller chercher pourquoi pas des majors l'année prochaine. C'est vrai que je rejoins Fufu. On pourrait plus parler de dynastie pour les WCTM en cas de victoire que pour les G2. Même si gagner 2 Six Invitational coup sur coup, ce serait une performance tout simplement exceptionnelle de la part des G2, qui ça n'a jamais été fait dans l'histoire de Rainbow Six. Donc évidemment que ce serait peut-être tout autant impressionnant que le parcours des WCTM, mais on ne pourrait pas avoir... c'est vrai qu'on n'a pas eu cette domination globale sur l'année, même parfois un peu inexistante sur certains majors du côté des G2. Donc on peut pas utiliser ce terme-là, mais c'est une équipe clairement qui a moyen d'écrire l'histoire.
Ouais, on va avoir une petite vidéo d'Alemao comme on a eu avec Igor sur les WCTM et on vous propose ça tout de suite.
The tournament's going out great. I think we've been playing some great Siege. We lost, I think, only 2 maps so far 8 games, maybe, I don't know, but we're playing great. Brazil is always awesome, right? The crowd is amazing. My family is here in the crowd as well, so it feels great. And can't wait for tomorrow. It always feels good to be the reigning champion, right? Like, we have to defend the hammer, and I think this gives us more power because we feel confident that we can win again. Yeah. I mean, Romario is the best coach in the world. That's why I fight for him. I said that to G2 we needed to get him this last year. So they heard me, we hired him, and now he's helping us a lot. So he's great.
Alemao qui a beaucoup pesé dans le choix de ramener Ramalho en lieu et place de Fabian. Ça te fait doucement sourire, Fufu?
Oh non, bon, on avait vu que ça... Comment dirais-je, que l'entente entre Fabian et Alemao... Voilà, il y avait clairement un choc d'ego qui ne les avait pas empêchés de soulever le marteau. Mais derrière, entre autres changements, effectivement, Uno pour Blur, il y a eu aussi le changement de Ramalho pour Fabian, qui a pris du temps quand même aussi à fonctionner, puisque on l'a dit, on ne s'est pas imposé sur les majors, ça a été compliqué même en Europe League globalement, mais ils sont quand même là sur ce SI en avant-dernière journée. Donc on a su plonger un petit peu pour mieux rebondir du côté des G2 et encore avoir une chance de réaliser un back-to-back sur un Six Invitational.
C'est le remake de la finale de l'année dernière. Cette fois-ci, il se jouera en best of 3. Paul, c'est quoi la clé pour les G2 pour aujourd'hui faire tomber les WCTM?
C'est pas évident.
Est-ce que c'est une individualité ou est-ce que c'est quelque chose de collectif?
Non, je pense que c'est plus collectif. Individuellement, évidemment qu'il faudrait être présent. Mais on l'a vu hier, un Doki, un Benjamin Master, peut-être moins un Alemao, mais on sait qu'il a la capacité de se transcender. Je pense que c'est le collectif. Tu vois, on l'a vu avec les Wolves, alors peut-être ne jouaient pas le même WCTM, mais qui sont très forts rentrés dans la rencontre, où tout de suite, on a senti qu'il y avait du rythme, qu'il n'y avait pas peur. Et je pense que ça peut être de la force pour le coup. S'il y a peut-être une équipe qui est capable de battre les WCTM, ça peut justement être les G2. On l'a vu l'année dernière au Six, même si c'était un petit peu différent, pas exactement les mêmes rosters. Mais G2 a cette capacité de rentrer dedans, de ne pas avoir peur, d'autant plus sur une grande scène. Je pense que s'il y a bien une équipe qui ne va pas être impressionnée par le public brésilien, qui sera peut-être un petit peu contre eux, malgré la présence d'un Alemao et Ramalho, comme on évoquait à l'instant, c'est les G2. On a l'impression qu'un Doki, il adore ça, qu'un Benjamin Master, ça lui fait ni chaud ni froid. Uno, c'est pareil, c'est les Finlandais dont on parle.
Certaines froideurs.
Exactement, on est un peu invincible à la manière des Virtus Pro aussi, dont on parle souvent. Donc, je pense que G2 doit jouer sur sa qualité principale, qui est une équipe qui juste joue avec le talent, avec son culot et cette peur qu'on n'a pas du côté des Européens.
Ouais, on verra ce que ça peut donner pour les G2 contre WCTM. Ce sera le premier match de la journée. On va parler du dernier match qui a eu lieu hier soir. Messieurs, encore une fois 1-2-0. Le FaZe Clan avait le public derrière soi. Et pas que le public, il y avait le jeu, il y avait une vraie supériorité face aux VP. Les VP qui redescendent dans le lower bracket et qui vont donc jouer le deuxième match de la journée contre le vainqueur de WCTM G2. Fufu, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé pour les VP? Ça a été la cerise sur le gâteau d'une inconstance?
Ouais, le tout à la sauce...
These two from these.
These guys are able to make just ridiculous hero plays time and time again has been incredible.
And I think the only other team that's headed that way is VP. With how they got here to the stage. Remember that a few days ago. Jesse, please break it down for us.
So this was the match that we saw yesterday, and we saw a couple key clips that I wanted to focus for you. G2 win rounds that they should never in a million years be winning. Doki, I want to show you for the first clip. They're playing down below. This is match points. And first, not only is he able to find the perfect angle to deny plants, I mean, he's trying to go for the C4, doesn't quite land. The plant's going to start going down very quick from Canadian, and he finds just the perfect angle, and then he also beats Bolo on the cover. It's that positioning combined with the aim that is incredible from Doki. So he steps up so often for for G2 to be that big player. And then the other person that we talk about time and time again has to be Benja. And the rounds that he can just solo win, all by himself, with the most ridiculous mechanics I have ever seen in Rainbow Six Siege, has been insane. This was another round. This was map 2 against Dark Zero. This is not quite match point, but it's the penultimate round where they completely shut down the attack. Solo on their own clear. There's no help here. There's no trades going on. There's no intel being fed. He's just a beast who has this and is able to work with his own game sense, his own mechanics to shut down when there are 4 players closing in on him.
So there are 2 players that can pop off whenever necessary in Doki and Benja. What if we were to compare them and see how they face up against one another?
Well, if we did that, we'd have to call them Super Doki and Super Benja. They've been the superheroes of this team, and I really think when you look at them, they're the ones that turn the rounds that G2 should never win into the victories.
And you know when I said that they come up alive at LAN events? Whenever these 2 guys are in my rank stack, they're dropping donuts in the ranked lobby. These guys just, they get onto the arena, they get onto LAN, they get confident, and they are so goddamn good. We saw individualistic plays win the rounds that G2 had strategically lost. And that's just what these 2 guys are about.
I would love to see an animation of like Doki and Benja walking in and just going Super Saiyan mode into the stage. I think that's one that I would really look forward to. But Alamau is kind of the big piece here for G2. W7M have been very clear on their intent to disrupt him as much as possible, get in his head, because he's such an important piece for G2.
Yeah, because he's the IGL and he's the one who understands, he's the one who brought split theory to Europe. I know it's a big buzzword, but he's the one who brought it with him to G2. It's how G2 won the whole SI last year, was off the back of his IGLing, his ability to see the game in top-down view whilst he's inside the game, right? To do that, you need to be all over, like, your mentals. When Brazilian teams, and we call it the ghost of Brazil with Alamau, when Brazilian teams get inside Alamau's mentals, he can get nervous, he can start to not call correctly, and that's when G2 can look horrible against Brazilian teams.
Yeah, and I really think when it comes to the early game, W7M on defense are the best team in the world. When they're out there on their own game, when they're working together as a unit, KZ and Herds, you see the rest of the players popping in there sometimes too, they seem completely unbeatable. And so that's where I want to see G2 collapsing on the roam, utilizing that split theory, having that ability to come in as a squad, get that numbers advantage so that even if you're losing those opening engagements, because you probably are against these players, you can at least get those trades and you can back it up.
Now let's take a look at the next and final piece of our pre-match. Our map bans. 9 map pool is what we play with here in Rainbow Six Esports if you're new to it. Hello, welcome to the show. Oregon, Border, Cafe, and Bank are our first bans, and our first pick is Nighthaven Lab. A W7M pick.
That is a fun one.
That's unexpected. Skyscraper is our second. G2F picked that yesterday. They'll play it again, this time W7M on defense. Finally, with Club and Chalet taken away, Consulate is our last with W7M on defense. General thoughts on the map bans?
Nighthaven Labs is the most unexpected pick W7M could have gone for. They have never played this map in team history. It is their permaban. They have come out and picked it against G2. That's a huge statement saying we are confident. Then you got Skyscraper coming up next, picked by G2. Comfortable map for them. They love to play it. They played it multiple times. Rare for W7M, but a very good win record for them as well. And then you get Consulate coming through. Both these teams have played it once the tournament so far. Both of them played it against Liquid. G2 got the dub, 7-4 against Liquid. W7M did fall in their matchup. So a bit of a change in pace there, but it was a very close game for W7M, and I'm sure they're going to be fighting back with even more today.
G2 had to leave a map open in the map bans that they weren't prepared to go to, basically, because they've got a couple of perma bans this event, and they've never seen W7M's Nighthaven. We've known, literally, since the map was introduced, W7M have perma banned it. We've known it's going to get brought out at an event. They have a 9-map pool. They were never not going to play Nighthaven. They've waited until today because I think today is their biggest obstacle in getting to this trophy.
Well, we talk about map pools, especially when we get here to LAN events, because you cannot plan for best of ones here at the Invitational. All of our games are best of threes until you hit the grand final. So do these two teams equalize in map pools and their depth of it?
I think so. I mean, I think they both have 9-map map pools. The one question was like, do we actually see W7M having a 9-map map pool? Will they play Nighthaven? We've got our answer. I mean, maybe they'll come out and they'll get 7-0 and we'll be clowning on them a little bit, but I think it's pretty safe to say that W7M are coming into this very confident on Nighthaven Labs, and they're going to have some crazy strategies we've not seen before.
The one big advantage they have is that literally G2 have never seen this map. We know how much the Romalio and Titan both like to VOD review W7M on any opponent that they face. They will watch literally every VOD available. There's a big fat 0 VOD VODs available on W7M, on Nighthaven. So they're going into absolutely unknown.
This is revenge for W7N's loss against G2 last year at the Invitational in Montreal. There's a lot riding on the line for these squads. Remember, if you lose here, you're out of the running and you will not be playing tomorrow or later on today either to make it to that grand final. Now, the question is, every team so far that has won has had the crowd behind them. The secret weapon, the extra 10,000 players on the side of W7M, we'll have to see that in-game right after this break.
Valeu.
Oi! Falta só isso aqui, viado. Ih, porra. Bora, pô. Dila bem. Tito. Penta.
Mesk. Benja mata.
Boa. Benja.
A segunda opção.
Que isso?
Come on.
Vai quebrar a perna. Mete. Vem! 3, 2, 1,
Garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Vai, Brasil!
Bora! Com sambinha, vamos! Ginásio do Ibirapuera, tá chegando a hora.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2024. It is about to get crazy in here. My name's Ian Chambers, joined by this amazing Brazilian host, Leo. Are you hyped? Are you ready for this one?
Oh my gosh, definitely. This arena will burn today.
All right, now listen, I have done shows in Asia, Europe, America, and everybody always tells me, come to Brazil, that's where it's loudest. I still think they could be louder, you know?
Yeah, vocês entenderam o que ele falou? Que ele já esteve no Japão, na Europa, nos Estados Unidos, mas nunca ouviu uma plateia tão alta como a nossa, mas ele acha que dá para ser mais alta ainda.
Should we try?
Vamos tentar? Portuguese. 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho! Aqui é Brasil. I just can't say that word. Yeah, you got it.
All right, it's time to get into this. This is G2 versus W7M. have a little interview before you get into your positions, but we are in Brazil, so let's do it in Portuguese.
Thank you. Rapaziada, deu pra sentir aí a emoção. O que você espera desse jogo? E eu senti que tá todo mundo contra você, né?
Eu espero a mesma coisa do ano passado.
Ele disse que espera a mesma coisa do ano passado, quando vocês foram derrotados.
Com essa line aqui, ele nunca ganhou de nós e não vai ser diferente hoje.
Right. Can we talk about the tweet?
Yes.
Okay. For those watching at home, Heads tweeted this. Last time I faced Alamau, he talked too much. When he got to the game, he went into shock and put his tail between his legs. He said, respect your father. Alamau, just before you answer that in Portuguese, what's your response in English? Yes.
So, I saw a post from W7M that Herds was teaching how to win the Six Invitational. I don't think he can teach that.
Yeah, they're showing some love. You can see that. Bom, para quem não entendeu, o Hertz ontem postou o seguinte: a última vez que eu enfrentei o alemão, ele falou demais, chegou no jogo e entrou em choque e colocou o rabinho entre as pernas. Respeita o teu pai. Agora você pode responder em português.
Eu vi um post da W7M no Twitter que era o Hertz explicando como se ganha o Six Invitational. Eu não acho que ele pode explicar isso.
Heads, just for our English fans watching at home, what's about to happen right here, right now?
Não fala inglês, eles vão ser amassados hoje, é isso.
He just said, I don't speak English, but they're gonna get smashed today here.
Okay, just before we let you sit down, I want to try one thing. I'm going to point at each one. Can you just let them know, right?
Okay, let's do it.
You ready?
E aí, Hertz, rapaziada? Cadê o apoio do Hertz? Alemão!
All right, guys, this is huge. You know what's up for grabs here. Please go and take your positions and get ready for this one.
Okay, shake hands.
Oh, you can feel the energy. You can feel the tension. Just two best of threes lie between us right now and finding out who will meet FaZe Clan in the grand final.
É isso, só passa. Aí, momentos que antecedem a partida. Tá aí o time da G2. Do outro lado, a W7M. Busca o título inédito do Six Invitational. O outro, o bicampeonato. Quem leva?
Let's test the audience one more time.
Let's do it.
Are you ready? I'm gonna say a certain team name that I think is gonna get a big reaction.
Okay.
Do you want to let them know?
Okay, do it.
Do you think the winner will be G2?
Vocês acham que quem vence é a W7M de Ibirapuera?
Right, we got time. I've got an idea, right? I want to see how loud this arena can get right now.
Okay.
I want to split it right down the middle.
Ok, vamos
I
dividir
take
a
this
arena.
side.
Você vai pegar esse lado.
You take that side.
Eu tô com vocês aqui, rapaziada. Não me decepcionem. Vamos lá.
Are you ready?
You want to start?
My side.
Ok, your side. Seu lado, seu lado.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Galera, eu não quero perder aqui pro gringo, nem no grito. Então vamos lá. Desse lado aqui, ó. Vamos tremer o Ibirapuera. Vamos fazer barulho! Hey, I think I beat you.
No. One more time.
Go ahead.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Ok. Ó, respira. Vamos lá, vamos bater no gringo agora. 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho!
All right. again.
Oh, vamos todo mundo junto então para mostrar a força do Brasil.
3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho!
É o Six Invitational no ginásio do Ibirapuera, São Paulo, Brasil.
I love Brazil. How do I say that in Portuguese?
Eu amo o Brasil.
Eu amo o Brasil.
Uma salva de palmas, a festa é de vocês. Vamos gritar, deixa eu sentir a atmosfera da arena. Como é que vai ser esse jogo, galera?
All right, it is time to get into this one finally. The crowd is ready, the players are ready, and we've got 3 amazing casters ready to take you through this one. In Terra, Pengu, Fabian, let's have it!
Thank you so very much. It is unbelievable to be sharing a stage with you and kind of you.
What do you mean by that? Come on. There have never been more hammers on one casting desk than there is right now.
Thank you for saying that, Fabian, because I agree with the same thing, yeah.
I don't know if you're playing your own bingo game. Obviously, I can't encourage you to drink, but they've already talked about their hammers, and we're only 20 seconds in.
You're just jealous you don't have any, Parker. That's it. That's
seconds in.
You're just jealous you don't have any, Parker. That's it. That's all we need to talk about.
I mean, if it makes you feel, I guess technically not now because you've casted to
Still, you have no hammers. So technically, you have lost every single grand final you've casted.
Go easy, Fabian. He was there to praise you last time when you won that 3rd hammer. He was the man to make that final call.
You know, I haven't even rewatched it, so I wouldn't know.
I was asking you to do the interview because of the sentimentality around it, and you wouldn't. But we're almost ready for our very first map. Let's load into Nighthaven.
I gotta be honest here. This feels like a grand finals, but it's not. And both of these 2 teams, they've been there before, but only one can go there. And despite winning this one, they still got VP later today.
It is not like grand final on paper, but it's definitely a grand final in the mind because the crowd has completely divided themselves up. They're supporting one team way more than the other, and I don't even need to tell you which one that is. The mental game that comes down in a game like this, if you win this game, there is nothing that's going to stop you mentally from going all the way through Virtus Pro, bulldoze them, and then go into the final with more confidence than you could possibly have.
Yesterday, the team that the crowd cheered for went perfect. They'd never even dropped a single map against their opponents. G2 was cheered for in the first game. They won 2-0. W7M in the second game, they won 2-0. FaZe Clan in the final game, they won 2-0. G2 had the wind at their back yesterday, but they're stuck out in the open right now, completely adrift because the crowd has chosen W7M, and understandably so. I spoke to Virtus Pro after yesterday's matchup, and Dan said, it's been a while since we played in front of a crowd, all the way back in the Raleigh Majors.
Yeah.
But he said we weren't expecting the crowd to impact our gameplay as much as they did. A team that's experienced this G2, you think it's going to get under their skin a little bit?
Not at all. I don't think that this would get under their skin whatsoever. When we were playing, Nick, we had the crowd against us in every single tournament.
Yeah.
These guys have just as much experience as us, and you never cared for it because your focus is on the screen right in front of you. Your focus on the 4 guys next to you, the coach behind you. Those are the only 5 other people in the world that matter at this moment, and G2 have all that in their head, and they know what they're up against.
I don't disagree with you, but right now, W7M, they're on World Championship form. They look shaky in Phase 1, they didn't look amazing in Phase 2, but with a crowd, they have been storming through their opponents. They took down SSG, Intersonics, and while those are American teams, not European, it was not even close. They want to shut down G2, and they're going to Nighthaven Lab to do it in this first round. Operator Benz, Thugby Fenrir, that's a 2-pro.
Going up against G2 is going to be a completely different game, though. I think we're gotten to the teams that deserve to be in the top 4 here, and all of these guys will be the hardest opponent that they've ever played until they play the next one.
You think Virtus Pro is a challenge for both of these teams?
Otherwise, they wouldn't be where they are. They have perfection in repetition. They've gone through the same thing so many times, and they're so hard to deal with because Virtus Pro never makes any mistakes.
Yeah, very first round, and we're only a minute on in. A shield operator is brought in the hands of Uno. Now, not abnormal to see shield operators on this particular map. What will Uno's focus be for what? The one who's getting cheered against from the crowd. What is the focus of this Monty?
Well, the thing is, Monty now is going first. Now what happened here, Alamau did instead. He got shut down. Normally, Alamau is on the Monty, advancing forward. Uno's a bit more passive. He wants to get down the diffuser. That's the goal. But look at this. T2, they can't get in the map.
They're not getting the space that they need with the Monty. Monty needs to be the first one to clear in and get close up and clear these angles. And we're just not getting it done.
G2 finally gets on the board, but the numbers do not favor them whatsoever at the moment. Time and time again, whenever we see a shield operator, Nick and I usually talk about this. I'm sure you'll reference it as well. And it goes to what you said at the beginning. Monty needs a supporting cast, and now Uno is all by himself.
This entire round has played out in a very specific way. W7M have contested G2 in every important entrance point on the entire map. They haven't allowed anything to go through.
I was looking at the game just and thinking, what would W7M do against any opponent? It's easy. They want to make them uncomfortable playing their own game. If you play Monty and you think, oh, we're going to take safe space, not be contested, no, you're wrong. Because normally teams when they see Monty, they might be running away. Not W7M. They will run into you if they have to and fight you every inch of the map.
W7M don't fear anything here. They're not going to be scared one bit. They know what team they're going up against, and G2 and W7M have just as mechanically talented players on both sides. That addition with the Monty makes it so that you have one less good gun.
Yeah.
Which makes it into a 4 versus 5. Well, you have more information with the Monty, but you lose a great gun.
Yeah.
So W7M will have the advantage.
But also there, they play so many levels here on the defense. Verticality, C4 goes out, entry denied towards T2, and then again the crossfire is being established. Mentally, Fabian said the crowd might not get to them, but if you have a game plan going into this T2, you get shut down the first round, and let's say the next couple of rounds, do you think that might have a bit of a shake-up on their mentality?
You know what I want to see, and that is to look at Alamau's plays. Pay close attention if you're a viewer at home to Alamau and where he moves. Because what we saw in the first round here, he was alone, got picked off, and shut down immediately.
Yeah.
W7M, they have done their homework. They know how he's going to play. He is the main target. They talked about it on the desk. Alamau's mentals can be shut down. Yeah, we spoke so many times about the Brazilian Ghost being shut down. I'm not so sure it has been just yet. Because the teams that they have played, well, they lost against FaZe, which is a really good Brazilian team. Yeah. I don't think that Liquid kind of lived up to the Brazilian level that we were expecting of them. So this is the Brazilian Ghost game in my eyes.
Now, Nighthaven Labs is the least played map so far here at the Six Invitational, gentlemen. And as was pointed out by the desk, this is the first time in the team's history that W7M will go. So it's incumbent upon G2 to play their game because there's not going to be any counter-stratting going on. They're going to bring the shield operator again, but this time it'll be not Uno on him, but Alimau. In terms of bomb sites, we can get into them as they emerge. Right now, we are looking at that bottom floor bomb site right now, which often necessitates a linear execute. G2 get the very first pick. It's on the Philippe Hawks. The Mira is typically that first line of defense on that linear take, so losing her early is bad for W7M.
What happens often when W7M lose an early member, they're not going to fall back. Again, it's about staying in it right now, not giving things up, because if you lose a player, fall back to bomb side, the round surely will be lost for defense. So instead, C4 is down below, got those valve cameras, you see the roamers, the silhouettes, they're still sticking around. I thought there for a second that Dork was going to kill the Monty there, thinking he was a defender, but no, they just need to saying, we don't care about the roam, we're going to go downstairs to the side itself and try and simplify this attack.
This is a very default take. They're going down into EXO, they have the main breach open outside. So this is a very, very default take that the G2 are doing right now. They have gotten really deep here, so let's see how this plays out.
Alimau is hugging the bomb chassis at this time, and, well, you need that supporting cast like we said. Well, let's go both ways. KZ eliminating Jeffy, first he falls as well. It's time to pull up the pistol. Beautiful play by Alimau. As now Benja's in the action, but he turns the wrong way, giving a free pick to W7M. Now it's Alimau with the pistol out, still to do more damage. He's all on his own. Second round in a row that Monty is stranded by G2.
agree, Fabian, but I feel like if you're G2 and you stall out, it's only gonna get worse. They got into default spot. It was the Alaman Monty didn't have diffuser, and while they were kind of waiting around, people started falling apart because again, WSM, they closed that net.
Yesterday, when G2 played, my biggest concern for them was that the attacks they were making had only one tempo, and it was high octane speed.
Fast.
Like they just went at it. What we're seeing now is a very different G2. This G2 reminds me more of Dark Zero. They played slower than my grandmother. And my grandmother doesn't even play the game. So what we need to see from G2 is maybe go back to the roots, change up the tempo, because yesterday they only played fast, now they're only playing slow, swap that up between rounds, because we need to see something different. Pay close attention to the face cams when they go into the G2 team. Very close attention. Alamo's face, if he turns any whiter than he is already, you know it's over.
And this probably takes us back to the map veto, right? Because when you go C2 into Nighthaven Lab, and you don't know how you're put in place it, all your strat work, your counter ability to see, okay, this is a weakness, we can go for this rush, these are the play positions, we don't have this information. This is the first time G2 will see WSM play this map, so it makes sense to play the Monty because they don't know the layout of where they're going to be playing at.
It's just like, as you say, Nick, they have to figure everything out on the go. Maybe we'll see these first 2-3 rounds be a bit rough for G2, and then we'll see the improvement. But we don't know that we'll get there. So G2 is a good team at picking up what their opponents are doing. I mean, they wouldn't be world champions if they weren't. So I still believe in them, but there's so much more left to play for.
We're 30 seconds into this round. What do you think the first half ought to look like for G2 to have a fighting chance? 4-2,
yeah.
5-1. Where is G2's? How many rounds does G2 need to win?
At least 2.
Yeah.
Because both these teams are so proficient at attacking. And the way I look at W7M and their gameplays, they come up to an obstacle. They look at it, how do we pick this apart? And then they bulldoze it. They don't shy away from taking fights. They don't shy away from breaking strats. They will go for everything.
Now there's some good intel work. As, oh my, Doki gets baited in. The Monty of Uno did excellent scouting work there. KZ was picked apart, now finished off by Ali Mao. Virtue's traded off too. W7M, when they are at their best, they are merciless with trading numbers, always having somebody to refrag, and that is what we've seen so far through 2.5 rounds.
Poor Hurts, he's stuck in a room right now, but does G2 know? Because right now, the Castle back on the door, there we go, Monty spots it out. Rune counts in Philippos down Bears. Impact, throwing up on the ceiling. Nade finding Benja, again, G2 slightly stalling out, not advancing here.
The important player actually is the dead one in W7M. Casey is giving so much information with these mount cameras, and then you have that aim like Hurts to back that up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ali Mao's last one alive for G2 with 1 minute to go. He's got 2 separate players to tussle with, and he gets sat down by his father.
His father put him down in the chair and taught him a lesson, that is for sure. And right now, G2 is being outplayed at every level. The one thing that they mentioned on the desk, Jesse and Jack, was that this is the permaban for W7M. Or at least, that's what we thought. If we look at the map in itself, the way that all Brazilian staff prepares for games is by counter-prepping.
Yeah.
Rambalho is an excellent counter-strat coach for G2. But how do you counter-prep something you don't know?
Exactly.
You have no idea. So that's why Nick said before, they are playing the Monty to figure out how they're playing. W7M, they know what G2 will do because they have VOD reviews.
Yeah.
So this is a very, very difficult moment for G2 because they don't know what to do next.
Four kills for G2 in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
4 kills. It might be the lowest kill count we've seen from G2 to start off a map at this entire event.
I also want to point out that we've seen 3 rounds play out. We've only seen the bomb site a single time, and it was G2 dying on it, just entering that door. G2, they're down 0-3. They've actually called their tactical timeout. Likely, Fabian, like you mentioned, for the coach, Malo, to figure out, guys, what's going wrong? Talk about maybe leading into the basics. Going back to G2's previous games at this event, often when they call their tactical timeout, they're going to make a big change of the orbital lineup. On defense, let's say they're playing their default standard. They're running out the map, they're roaming, etc. Kola gets taken, what happens? They play Tuberao, they play Kaid, they start playing slower operators. On the attack right now, we want to see the opposite. We want to see them go off the Monty into aggression. So like right now, for example, Dogi going to a Jackal to hunt down the Robos, isolate kills, getting line on the board, stop them from moving around. I think that could be the right approach.
It definitely is better approach than what we've seen so far. I mean, it couldn't be worse, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much impossible. But what we've seen so far from G2 is basically a 4+1.
Yeah.
We've seen one guy being split off, which is far from the split theory that have been discussed for so long now. Because of that, you know, you love the word. I mean, it isn't something new to the world. Well, that's not the greatest start.
How is the Jackal dying so early?
Yeah.
Spawn peek, Parker.
I feel like you're not engaging with the spirit of my question.
That's a 3-time SI winner, by the way, right there. He analyzes with perfection.
You know, there is this one thing.
Oh.
Don't die. That's one of the important steps of winning a round. When you all die, you lose the round.
I said this once in the green room. I was like, man, how is such a team winning this? And Nick looked at me and he goes, they get 5 kills every round. Great. Thank you very much for telling me that. I'm unfamiliar with how this game works.
We know math are hard for you.
I mean, I'm Canadian, not American, okay?
It's the same
Point
thing.
those fingers at Stokes and Lynx, all right?
I mean, Siege is a hard game, though. I mean, we got 3 people here to break down 2 teams playing, you know? And right now, another stall out. G2, we said aggression, jungle, isolation, getting the building faster with more confidence, and you're down to a spawn peak.
Yeah, and the spawn peak kind of sets G2 up to fail, right?
It does.
Sure, it is just a kill. You have 2 minutes, 45 seconds left, and you have 4 guys left. But the thing is, the way that the game wants to be changed now and how G2 wants to play...
no.
Well, that's another freebie. The way that G2 wanted this round to play out is that they wanted to spread out and play that split theory we talked about before. Now they couldn't do that because they were missing one player. That one guy missing in the beginning just makes it impossible.
Uno still searching for his first kill. Benja died before he could get one this round, but it's Ali now to pick up 2 huge kills on top of Blue Stairs and continue onwards over by Fish. He'll reunite with Uno. 2 strong men in this position. But there's a cap kit on the board. We saw 3 of those traps go off and kill Benjamin. Is there a bit of an issue with this operator lineup? Could a potential Twitch, could a potential Brava work wonders here for G2?
I don't think it would change much. I mean, they banned Fender for a reason, right? And that means you don't have to play the Twitch or the Brava.
Yeah.
G2 love to play these, I would call them power operators. They would be Lion, Dokaebi, which sure they banned themselves, but also that in combination with Ying, Grim, they love those operators to mess with the setups.
JV92's on a collision course now with Virtue up on Raptors. Playing safe and playing smart. There goes a flash, and boy, isn't this reminiscent of how you'd hold on Clubhouse when he gets baited out. And it's the Brazilian on G2 to get the pick, Alimau. So far with every kill for his team through this round. G2 desperately searching to get on the board first, but Nate has been thrown down. He gets 2 and Hurd seals the deal. 4 rounds in a row to start this series for W7M.
So many people, casters, analysts, fans, they say KC, Hurts, they are phenomenal. But behind every good entry, every good front line is a phenomenal backline support. Nate does not get enough praise. He is the pillar of this team in so many ways.
All of these players are pillars. You can't move this building because there's 5 pillars all supporting each other. It's just so nice to see when a team becomes so complete, because that's what I think that the word for W7 is.
Complete.
They are complete as a group. They are highly professional. They work, I'll say it, they work their asses off.
They do work their asses off.
And they just keep performing. There's a reason that they have this consistency, and G2 haven't had that consistency during the year. Yeah, we won SI, I'll say because I won it too. We won SI. But after that, G2 have had quite an invisible year.
Yeah.
W7M, they have not been invisible this year. They have been demolishing, and I mean 4 rounds in a row.
For those that are watching that aren't familiar with the history of W7M, they came onto the scene a couple of years ago, taking everybody by surprise and essentially revolutionizing how teams play defense in this game. We're not that far removed from relatively static and safe ways to defend with minimal roam games. W7M said, what if we play like attackers on defense? And they had some struggles, but they've won every single Rainbow Six Major so far this year. They finished as runners-up at SI in Montreal last year. If they prevail at SI here, they will have won every single event in the calendar year. Now, for this round, G2 draws first blood onto Philippe Hawks. But as you said, there's a lot of fail-safes on W7M. And Ali now falls, and we've got ourselves a 4v4. But now KZ almost getting another, but Virtue has been great so far through round 5.
That kill is so important. The last round, I think, sure, it went W7M's way. Had that round gone G2's way, first of all, Carl would have been revived in his brain.
Yeah.
Well, this round is the key round to this game. Obviously, it's 4-0 already, but if G2 can take this one, I see a chance that they can claw back.
I was just about to say, Herds is averaging 2 kills and 0 deaths each round. That is an absurd stat line. They finally found him, and you talked about Nade. He tries his best, but the TCSG gives and the TCSG takes away. G2 gets on the board. They have 1 round so far. You said the win condition was 2. They've got 1 more attack. They must win this if they want to stay in contention.
They are indeed halfway here, and the thing is for G2, you said it, Fabian, important round, mentally, fundamentally, and just for the players of G2 to feel like they still have a way in this map. If you're around 0-5, 0-6, you go in the other half, do you really believe you can make it back? Not necessarily. They need this round.
They definitely need this round. I still think that they stand a chance, even if they don't get it. The chance will obviously be smaller.
Yeah.
That's just how maths work, luckily enough. Somehow I know some numbers. However, the entire way that G2 have changed up their playstyle since the timeout has been very important. G2 should have won the 4th round. They should have. Then we see impressive plays by W7M. So I think that we're looking at potentially another G2 round win, but just looking at how they've changed their play, is they've spread out now. Now they're not going 1, or like they're not going 4 guys plus 1.
I like the flexibility that we've seen from W7M. Not only do they jostle their players on different operators, but they jostle the operators as well. Nade now bringing a Frost.
This entire setup is very specifically a Brazilian one. If you look at the setup with reinforcements on the 2nd floor meeting, you'll see that they have reinforced everything towards the staircase. That is for retake purposes. They want G2 to come above, do all this vertical play. The shield is blocking them from taking the staircase, and then what they want to try to do is retake above. And that's just one way of playing Brazilian style. We don't see much from Mai or much Jaeger these days because of the nade nerf. Now they're doing something specific with it.
They managed to map through and get it down on the KZ, who looks at the point of no return. I don't know if he's crawling to give intel or what. Maybe to the waiting arms of Philippe Hawks. You gotta hurry. Philippe Hawks managing to get KZ back up.
What is it? Oh, they keep it off the door as well. So again, utility be used here. More defensive side up for them, forcing G2 to problem solve utility-wise for the first time in this series. Because for now, they're not running at their opponents. They're sitting back behind shields in safety.
I think this strat, G2 knows what they're up against. They have seen this before. Just looking at the way that they're approaching it and the way they're picking it apart, they definitely know what they're doing. So this seems to be like G2 is starting to get the understanding of how to play this game against W7M.
G2 have also dropped the Monty and gone with more guns, but KZ's back from the dead. Virtue runs headfirst into him. KZ has a good idea as to where the Nomad is in, but the swing is ill-advised. Not much of a challenge for Doki on that engagement. We're at the halfway point of this round. And Philippe Hawks is the next one there. Keep a barrier. Stopping his vision, but impacts will go out. Herds on the board to take off Benja in this round. There go the Candelas from Una. G2 want to increase the tempo. Still over a minute to go, and they're finding kills. Doki in particular with both for G2. He inches ever closer to this bomb site.
G2 have basically brute forced this top floor take. You see that the Ying is just Uno and Ying throwing Candelas into kitchen and then rotating out. They really want top floor here.
Doki still had some air jabs in back pocket, but he will now engage in that area as explosions go off to take away some of the cover for W7M. Nade, who has been fantastic so far, watches his luck runs out. Doki single-handedly keeping G2 in this round. JB92 trying to tear strips off. Crossbody on Alamo. Now around, but Doki's got all 4. What a way to silence the home crowd and silence this W7M team. Then a steal around with an ace. But there's 2 players in contention from G2 looking for that final kill. Herds, as we've seen, has been phenomenal.
Very low time left. Very low time. They might run out of time here and start making mistakes.
Herds could absolutely pick up both, but he gets thrown out. Doki has intel. Uno walking right in. Herds with 1. They line line up. It's a game and keep away for the final 10 seconds. Doki will attempt the plant to bait Herds out of his position. On drone, Herds getting ever closer. Doki up! An ace denied! 5 rounds in the first half. Herds breaks double digits and W7M look fucking invincible.
What worries me a lot, G2 gets a quad kill, still do not manage to close out that round. You cannot let quad kills be uncapitalized because you cannot afford to have players' performances shine that much and not get something done with it. You need to trust your team. That was not a team effort, it was a Doki effort.
Yeah, I was gonna say in that final 2 versus 1, if you look at health bars, Doki was very low in health when fighting all those players early on. Uno, I believe, had full health.
Yep.
Yet it's Uno who baits for Doki when it should be the other way around. Sure, Doki got the 4K, but it comes down to the 2v1. Send in the guy with 1 health first.
Yep.
He will die. Give Uno a fair 1 versus 1. Because look at this. Uno goes first. He dies through a headshot. Doki's 1 HP. You don't gotta hit the head. This pre-fire, there's no way you lose
one bullet in the body. That's all he needed. All he needed. And it's not a fair fight. I mean, it's a zombie. So no matter what, it's not a fair fight.
No, it's not. I mean, we spoke earlier about how, like, G2, they know this setup, they can problem solve it. But the way the round started was still puzzling to me. Virtue sprinting in through a door, it's kind of dying with no backup.
Back to my previous point about looking at the face cams. I think even more now than before, pay attention to them. If Carl looks like a ghost, I think he's already mentally checked out. Because that's the issue I had with him. He could check out. I think Romalio has a better connection with Carl than I ever did. So I think that Romalio has an easier way to get him back. And I hope for their sake that they can do that between the maps if this continues going like it is. But I don't know.
One name that has really not been mentioned is Benja. 0 kills.
Yeah.
0 kills. We haven't been saying his name at all. How much of this falls on him? Because you've been thrusting blame onto Alamau. But Alamau's at least been holding his own in these gunfights.
So when you're the in-game leader and you shut down or you stop calling or you turn white as it goes, that emotion is spread to everybody in your team. Yeah. Everybody will feel the fear. Everybody will feel the negative emotions in the air. You know they're there. They just won't be mentioned.
Very right.
Someone needs to call him back to this. And sure, Benja's performance is helping Carl getting there. So it's like, well, obviously it's some symbiotic relationship, but everyone is dependent on everyone. So Benny needs to step up his fragging. Most likely Carl has to step up his calling.
Well, he's 0-6 now, Fabian, so that's not happening for this round. Doki, though, fighting very hard in these moments to try and find these opening kills. He got one this time around.
Stupid mistakes. Stupid mistakes like that Nitro cell missing. And it's freebies for W7M.
Yeah, G2 are overreacting to everything that they're doing and just giving them the freebies. Benny needs to step up. Doki's overreacting, over-aggression. That's his biggest mistakes. Like, he has issues with not having the discipline, and they're just stepping right over.
How do you beat them?
Exactly.
How do you beat W7M at this point? It's all up to the only Brazilian. This is a cakewalk for W7M.
I don't even have words for this. It just looks so one-sided.
Last night, after the game between Sonics and W7M, Grixer did an interview talking about how he felt about the game and why he thought they lost. And he said they couldn't find their balance for Sonics to play passive, play aggressive, because nothing worked against W7M. And you try and find your stride in the server, right? You go in with a game plan. Let's play the Monty. Let's take it nice and slow, isolate members. You play Monty the first round. Uno tries, Element tries, shut down immediately. You call a tactical timeout after losing 0-4. You change things around. You go more on the offense. But now, that offense as well is also getting punished.
I don't know if you saw that first kill that Hertz got. It was a wall bang straight into the head. So when you have that talent in combination with, well, let's put it, pure luck.
Yeah.
You're a very, very hard side to stop. Then again, at this level, you make your own luck. He's shooting back because they're shooting at him. Yeah. He's just seeing tracers through the wall. He pops a bullet towards where he should be. And I mean, he was there.
And again, right, G2, they've played this map before. There's spots on them. You can therefore, with more accurate guess where the players were playing from. If you've seen Benja play, a position many times before, you can go for those pre-fires too.
Yeah, people might see that we're putting down the G2 here and pushing hard on them, but what else is there we can really do? Because they aren't looking good, either on individual basis or on a team basis. Yeah, sure, I think that round 3 or 4, 5, and 6, they look better, but because they lost these rounds that they should have won, I think that's the mental switch that turns off for them.
I just want to say I appreciate having both of you here, because Fabian, if you weren't here, there wouldn't be that much to ultimately play-by-play. My job wouldn't be anywhere near as important because of how one-sided this has been. But But at the same time, it cuts both ways. I can only imagine how challenging this is to dissect what is essentially W7M looking unbeatable at this current moment.
You know, Parker, you can always ask that for me to come to NAL. I'll work with you.
I was come for my job. He's taking coach positions and now casters.
No! Herd swinging onto the opening. Created by W7M. G2 can fight back. They've managed to equalize. Benja's still alive, and Herds dies with 14 kills and 2 deaths.
I think it's a good look, though. This proves that G2, they're not fully out of it. They're still fighting back despite it not working out, not giving W7M all the space that they do want.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is they're taking initiative, and that's something that's very important, even when you're losing. Maybe even more important. But is it taking initiative with poor discipline where they take fights that they shouldn't take? Why would you take a 30-70 fight when you can take a 70-30? Let's watch this execute come down.
After the round on in, there go the smokes, there go the bolts. The plant going down in the hands of Nade as Allen Allen been picked off. KZ taking damage. G2 trailing in numbers. Nade, he's low, but he's not dead yet. From above, there's Benja to secure his first kill. It might be a little bit too late. W7M right now holding in the post plant, chipping away at Doki's HP. Uno still has some life, but he's dropped. It's all up to the Finn. He's gone. This map is gone. W7M pull out Nighthaven Labs at the perfect time and slaughter the defending world champions.
The layers there. JV knows the tank goes down, doesn't have to cover the flank anymore, gives it up. Benji gets the kill, but JV strikes back with 2 and a strong post plant if it went south.
W7M, they have hidden this map forever. They pull it out now in what I think is the mental grand final. They couldn't have chosen a better time.
That's what best teams do.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no surprise that the 2 teams on the stage are 2 of the best. This was a highly coveted rematch, but honestly, for G2 fans, this almost feels like a bit of a funeral. There's still at least one more map to go. Let's have the desk break down Nighthaven Labs.
We said it was a ballsy move to go to Nighthaven Labs. We said that W7M had never played this map before, and yet it was all just a bit of smoke and mirrors and a lot of trickery on the side of W7M, taking it, I want to say, very handedly away from G2. Fresh, did this align in our heads in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, if a team as good as W7M has saved a map for an entire year since the map has come out for one specific moment, this was the moment to bring it out. They were perfect on that map. The one thing that I love about W7M in particular is how they play no 2 strats the same. They're always changing 10, 20% of what it is. Whether that's operator pool, they might play someone on freedom to go and rat. They might try to spawn people with smoke. They are so unpredictable. G2 had no idea what was coming.
Yeah, and we talked about in the pregame, W7M, in my opinion, are the best team in the world at playing those early games on defense, and they were fantastic in that exactly same situation here today against G2. You couldn't have asked for a better start in front of the Brazilian crowd to get these fans warmed up before the series begins. I mean, just a ridiculous scoreline.
How could you ever even imagine G2 on the main stage losing 7-1?
I mean, the star player of the last Six Invitational, the MVP, didn't get a kill until the very last round. Benjamaster, unfortunately, was absent from this, and I think oftentimes it's easy to see a player underperforming in a big match and say, well, the stress maybe got to him. But this is a situation he's been in before, and it's a situation where he has thrived in. I think realistically what happened is G2 came into this, they didn't have a great understanding of how W7 would play, obviously, and they just didn't have the structure set up to make these pushes work. Once they started kind of going through with the attacks and then they weren't finding success, they tried to change things up, but they just never were able to set their players up for success.
Actually, Jack, you've had this experience also in the past as an analyst and coach around multiple teams in the EU. What do you do when you're playing against a team that is good, but you don't really have footage on them at all to research?
You worry about your own game, which is exactly what G2 will have done. They had 0. I confirmed with them they had absolutely 0 knowledge. They know the other team. They know the mental game's coming. And they still, I think, took too many risks, too many liberties. I think what they should have done is maybe looked to have played their own game, but played it a little bit more risk-averse, just so they could get a couple of rounds on the board. They took some really strange strategies, and we'll go on to that in a second, but, you know, they kind of beat themselves in their own first half, because there was a few rounds they could have won where they didn't. W7M are just that good at punishing you whenever you make the slightest mistake.
Well, let's talk about those mistakes and plays. Jesse, you got some clips for us.
Yeah, so the first 3 rounds in a row, we saw Monty coming through from G2, and it's clear they came in with this game plan, and I kind of get the idea, but the problem is so often a player is dying way before the Monty gets forward. Watch all 3 of these clips. The Monty is well behind the player who is dying. You can see the outlines every single time, and in this final clip where Herds is popping off instead of electrical, he also kills the Monty. Sometimes it was Uno, sometimes it was Alamau coming through, and I think G2, the game plan was, we don't know what to expect. Let's bring in a Monty to safely gather that information, to shut down some of that early aggression that W7M are very, very good at. But because that kind of limited their playstyle, because it limited the directions they could come in from, I think that really didn't play to G2's strength, and it came back to bite them.
So, quick on the reset after this. How do we do it? How does G2 do it?
You just have to forget about it. You seriously just have to forget about it. It's gone. It is what it is. You now just have to win a best of 3 2-0. You've lost your opponent's map pick, you've got your map pick, and then the decider. Well,
Alamau's got to clear his head, and the rest of the team also. Communication needs to be clear. And to highlight more of that sort of clear communication from W7M, who do we have other than Alphama to break it down on Talos Streamer?
Thank you very much, Miloš. Indeed, we're coming back with the round. G2 versus W7M. G2 is on attack. And one thing that Jesse pointed out is how G2 were trying to bring the Monty consistently throughout the first rounds because they were struggling to get in the building. And look at this round. They're 5v4. They got the opening pick. They've got all the control they need actually on this side of the map here. That's all they need. And then when they move in, they have left their flank watch here upstairs. Now, let's take a look at downstairs, how they're set up. They've got all the control they need vertically. Now, there you have Alimao here on the bomb site ready to execute, the other one holding storage. Let's take a look at how W7M is aggressing all together at the same time. You've got Herds here picking a wall bang. At the same time, Nade is picking through the mirror window. The flank watch has to go down. He's getting picked up by aggression as well. And after this, the round is finished. What I mean is, even when G2 was getting on the bomb site, even when they got the opening pick, the aggression wasn't early, fine. The aggression will be late to deny the execute. That's just how good W7M is at playing aggressive. Whatever timing we are in the round, early or late round, they will always manage to find ways to bring back their main advantage. Now, if you want to see more of W7M versus G2, map 2 is coming after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody. What a quick map number one, and we broke it down with W7M victorious. Reminder, every single team that has been cheered on by this massive Brazilian crowd, and we're still not even noon, by the way, here in Brazil, has won. And so far, games have been very much 2-0s, 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 and then a very quick 7-1. It's like G2 weren't even on that server. A huge piece, but now we have to refocus. And that's the same question for G2. Can they do it? Because we're up on Skyscraper.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about Nighthaven being a big surprise. I was hoping before the map veto that we saw Skyscraper picked by either of these teams. The reason is, Skyscraper is the map for Split Fury. It's the one where you can see it's so obviously played. We've got the best two teams in the world at Split Fury in this literal competition, in this matchup. I was just hoping we see it because it could be the best Skyscraper ever played.
One moment, Jesse. What is Split Fury for those that haven't read the?
We don't have time. We don't have time.
It's just people attacking from different angles, coordinated at the same time and putting pressure.
Yeah, 5 attackers at once, trying to engulf the defenders. Less than 5 defenders in that engulfment, and therefore you will always get a man advantage.
And I do think, unlike what we just saw from Nighthaven Labs, this should be a very competitive map, because although it's G2's map pick, we expect them to come out with the win just due to that fact. Yep. It is a map that W7M are undefeated on throughout this year. They've played it rarely, but they've been good. 1 win in Copenhagen, 1 win in Riyadh, and 1 win here in Sao Paulo against Virtus Pro.
All right, that said, I think we are ready for our game. We're just going to jump right into it. Jesse Fresh, thank you very much. And our casters, we've seen Fabian on there. Whose job is he going to take next, huh? We're going to have to see up there.
See, so here's the strategy for G2 moving forward. Do what we're doing. Be together.
They need to embrace the love that they have for each other. And I have some extra for Parker's mom.
I feel very uncomfortable right now.
I had a point, but I've lost it now. Thank you, Fabian.
You're welcome.
Gentlemen, as we now move back to the traditional casting stance, what happens on Skyscraper?
I think that both teams play perfectly into the way that this map wants to be run out. We saw Alphama with a great segment yesterday where he showed the different zones on the top floor of Skyscraper, where he had zone 1, 2, and 3. In the middle zone, which is basically Shrine Window, and on the balcony, outside the windows there as well. Just that is the cutoff point, and then push from either side.
Well, this could be the end of the road for G2. It's their map. Let's head to Skyscraper.
I honestly think the first 2 or 3 rounds might define the future of G2 in this series. We say, look at their face cams, their mentality, the crowd's against him. They're against each other right now, not playing together. Benja not finding the score, but to the very final round, getting 1 kill. The desk said, Super Benja, Super Doki. They did not really show up, despite Doki having a single round. They need to find their footing in the first 3 rounds here for G2.
They definitely do. And look what side W7M stars on. That is where it's very rough, especially Skyscraper. Even before the defender-sided meta, it was very defender-heavy. Now we're seeing a Ying ban that makes a ton of sense from W7M. Again, G2 always wants to play these power operators. Ying is their primarily one on Skyscraper. So the ban makes so much sense.
You mentioned it yourself, the side that W7M begins on. Skyscraper, the most defender-sided map at this event. 70% of all rounds played on this map have been won by the defenders. Every single bomb site is defender-sided. There is no reprieve, no oasis for the attackers to find.
We've spoken already about how Brazilian staff is counter-stratters. This map, W7 have so much footage of G2. Yeah. G2 have again banned the same operator, as they usually do. So there is nothing new, because we've seen plenty of games where G2 banned Thermite, and they are playing Skyscraper. And the same is, well, Fenrir is their default ban that they always go to almost. It's like a 90% ban. I don't know the exact number.
It's out there.
Yeah, but say it's 9 out of 10 games, they will ban Fenrir.
Hey, look, it's all 3 of Alamos.
Sorry?
It was all 3 of Alamos fans.
Yeah.
All on camera at the same time.
All 3. Yeah, I mean, that's what he has here in Brazil, at least in this moment. Had it been any other team from another region, I think the fans would have been, 3 fans for the other team.
Yeah, I mean, But you're right, Fabian. When you start playing deeper into a tournament and you keep doing the same pattern, same operator bends, same maps being shown out, how far can you really get with the same couple of strats and the same couple of executes? Well, we're getting off the board for WSM. Unless G2 have really prepped and expected that, they need to cook something up to replace that operator. And when you see Uno on the Zero, I'm not thinking Zero replaces Ying. So I'm not sure what this angle is.
It is definitely not the same. However, what we're seeing as a power operator in stealth, Dokkaevi. So what we can expect a little bit, probably if Carl was doing it on Nighthaven Labs, maybe we can expect him to do the similar stuff this time, where he goes alone a little bit, has his calls for information, and just sits. Last time we saw G2 playing Skyscraper, Carl was always on the other side of the map from where the rest of his team was pushing.
Yeah, I mean, the way Skyscraper plays down also compared to Nighthaven Lab is that you can play close together. Uno somehow is in the building.
What? How does he pull that off on Drum? Zero, an operator we don't see very much of, featured in the cinematic, by the way. Fully box on the board, down goes Ali Mao, one of those global operators being brought by G2 is no more. Also Doki goes Benja as well. There goes Uno. It's all up to Virtue. The round is not over.
I mean, you say that part, but tall task.
And guess what? Looking for more than that.
Winnable.
Absolutely following up on the assault. How does Hurts get away? Virtue, though, running out of bullets, picks himself back up. The W7M, like clockwork, they pick up where they left off in map number 1.
I mean, Zero was the answer for the opening. Uno got the 2K, but where was the backup? Where was the follow-through for G2?
I don't even have words for that round, because that round is strategically won as soon as Uno found that gap. And this is the way that both teams want to play. They want to find gaps and abuse those gaps. G2 managed that amazingly through Uno, and then it seems like everything just collapsed around him. And I think the W7M took all the aggressive peaks, regained the manpower advantage. G2 tried to help up and try to refrag their players, but it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, it looks like Uno just went for a play either not communicating it, or maybe he did, but no one followed up, because you see three are roam clearing, while Uno's hitting the bomb site. So we can say split theory, you have players across the entire map, but if Uno finds that double kill and communicates it, which we know from playing with Uno, he tends to be a very vocal player, there's a misconnect somewhere where people aren't following through from G2's side.
Genuinely, the only thing G2 had to do that round was sit still.
Yeah.
Stop everything you're doing.
Yeah.
You have 2 kills. Uno's in the middle of the building. Sit outside, hold the angles.
They're gonna come to you.
They will come to you. And now again, I mean, they did. Hurts hit an incredible shot on the guy outside the office breach. So we can't say anything there. But give that to them. Like, let go of that. You don't need anything. You have the manpower advantage. Go together, push as a group, and just run over them as a manpower advantage. They didn't do that.
But this might go back to the future of Nighthaven Lab, where you try one thing, it doesn't work, you change up, it doesn't work either, and now Doki-san inside the building again, alone.
This looks exactly like when W7M debuted onto the pro scene. They're everywhere, all over the map, all at once.
But this isn't on W7M. What is Doki doing? He's just walking in.
Where are the drones?
Sure, they want to play the split theory and come everywhere and nowhere. But you need to at least have some support. You cannot allow yourself, when you're in this negative momentum that G2 is in right now, to just walk in and die.
KZ being lit up on this engagement now. No logic bombs remain, so the global operator Dokkaevi is no more, and neither is Ali Mao. Monty being brought religiously by G2 on both maps, but ultimately not being particularly useful. Now a Nitro Cell will go out through Geisha window. Intel from G2 that somebody's in this part of the map, but they cannot find the scoreboard right now. W7M are playing with their food. Herd swinging, finally a kill from G2. Half the round to go for Virtue and Uno to work together to continue to narrow this gap.
It's ridiculous. Reload. I've not seen G2 locked out of this from the building, from the bomb site, the room clear. They don't have any gaps to find. Uno will try up a staircase, but again, WSM, they've left the area. They know they got the kills. Now they're gonna play the clock, fall back, set up those crossfires and play together and make G2 problem solve every step of the way.
Do you guys still think I still have the power to take a timeout?
No, you absolutely don't, but G2 might need it after this round. Uno's got a bead, though, on one of the defenders. Playing on stairs as KZ's retreated into gold. This is not a karaoke and T-bomb site. It's on the other side of this top floor. But right now, G2 is getting bogged down in finding these players offsite.
They're just looking for free picks here so they can get some momentum back in the round. W7M is just too experienced, too disciplined to give them that.
And I mean, look at this. No intel, and they're going to herald their advance, and W7M is half 3. 2 unanswered kills, and W7M starts off this map 2-0.
I'll be very surprised if Ramalho does not take the time out now. They look very bleak. They look individually like they're just making moves to make moves.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be a reasoning behind it or intelligent decision making. It seems like a very emotional response to the first round.
I mean, you can simplify this pretty saying also and say like, okay, so we're in gold ranked, right? Because we're not really seeing what we expect from these players right now. And you're right, Fabian. Ramalho will call it after the timeout, and I think it's smart because when you're down 0-2, you have time to work with, and they need to find some rounds on the attack, despite this being defender favored.
Yeah, I have questions about Ramalho because I don't know him well enough as a coach. Because of what I do know, however, is that he's a very strategical coach.
Yeah.
The question is that what they need at this moment? I don't know if he has the keys to unlock this team right now. I think, and I'll be brutally honest, Ramalho is a better coach than I ever was. The way what he brings to that team fits way better into the group of players that they have. But I don't know if he has what it takes to pull them back from this. Because now is motivation time.
Yeah.
G2 cannot change the way they're playing because they're not playing as a team at all. They just need to, first of all, start playing as a team and then make moves.
I always say that when you're down, motivation has to come from someone else.
Yeah.
When we were down, Fabian, in 2018, granted, that was a long time ago, I did not believe that we were going to make a comeback. But backstage, my leader at the time, which was you told me, we're going to go out there, we're going to win. If Ramalho doesn't have that experience because he wasn't the player himself, he might not see that angle. Guys, come on, we got this. No, we did it last year, yada, yada, yada.
If I may, in one of the most watched documentaries in our esport, there was a certain line that you said backstage to come back against EG in the most historic match we've ever had. It might include some profanity, but do you remember?
I have no idea.
You don't remember? Do you remember? Say it, and say it proud.
All right. Fabian, do you want to fucking lose? No, I don't. So let's go out there and show them how it's fucking done.
And that's what they need. They need to get this job done. And it's not looking much like they can. Let's see what they have to bring back, because I hope for everybody who is viewing and all the fans in this arena that we get a better game than what we've had so far.
With these two teams competing, we've earned a better match than this. Obviously, the fans are very happy. But this is not close at all at the moment, and I agree with both of you. After getting shell-shocked on map 1, your mental is shocked. How do you reset? Because there are some times where you get to this level, the difference between the top teams is so small, so minute, that the mental game is what sets you apart. And right now, G2 is not just losing in-game, they're also losing that mental game. This round, not a great start. Doki picked off by a Nitro Cell in Geisha.
Things are the same.
I'm not super worried just yet. So we know this map. Okay, I am worried, but not. I don't think that it's gone just yet. So one thing that I want to pay attention to is before the game, when we saw the face cams again, Carl was actually smiling. Alema was smiling. That is such an important first step. We know this map is very defender favored.
Yeah.
0-2 down, it's not uncommon on Skyscraper. The way they have played have been poor.
Oh my! Speaking of the way that they've played, Hurd is putting on one of the best matches we've seen from him in a long, long time. What did he finish? 14-2 on the very first map. Only good enough for that kill that we saw early on in this round, but still 6 kills to his name through 3 rounds. He's been averaging 2 kills a round for the entirety of this series.
That was once a duo from Brazil, Paulo and Ness, that we spoke very highly of. We're nearing this era where Hertz and KC, they're that new duo shutting down every single team's entries regardless of how they play the game.
It's just G2 doesn't stand a chance in the gunfights.
No.
And all of this connects. All of this connects. The mental game in combination leads you to having less confidence, which means your mechanical ability will be off because you have a little bit of shakes and you have a little bit of, I don't think I can do this. And I want to say that, okay, G2 has a great chance. yeah, 0-3, it's not the entire world on Skyscraper. However, you only have 3 more attacks.
Here comes the advance. JB92 reads it wrong on backstairs. Virtue cannot confirm the kill, so now it's Nade's turn. As he gets right close to the door, flashes go out. Nade blinded. Philippox tackling Benjamaster. Uno down in the hatch, but he's the only one still standing. Virtue eliminated by Nade, and now it's Philippox to get the final kill. W7M, what will slow them down? G2 have 0 answers.
I feel like the easiest way to describe W7M is that nothing comes for free. If you get a kill in C2, they will trade it back. You get some max map space, you lose half your drone utility. You do some damage, well, you lose 4 flashbangs. It does not matter what you do against them, they will always take something from you as well. It is never a fair trade. It is never a fair deal. Man.
Now, I was just sent a particular tweet that I think is semi-pertinent to what you two gentlemen just talked about. And it's from a guy whose name is Goga.
Oh.
You might know him.
Yeah.
Who is it? You won a couple world championships. On that guy.
Yeah, Googie, yeah.
Oh. Goga, and the reason why this was sent to me is because Goga perfectly aligns with what you just said, Fabian. If Fabian was still the coach of G2, Goga says, this would be the moment that he would be screaming, wake up. And that's when any comeback would happen. And I really do think it plays to what you said. It's not necessarily strategy that's bogging G2 down, it's a mental game.
Lie to the people watching and pretend that this game is close, because it's not. They need to wake up. And I would add the F word in between there somewhere a few times.
There was an F word in the tweet, but we've already used 3 so far.
Yeah,
those.
You know, and none of them have been by me.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the biggest surprise here, isn't it?
They just need to have something. They need to have that snap. And from working with Carl, I know he doesn't scream like that.
They know that Doki taking up space on those back stairs will get smoked off. Barbed wire at the bottom as well, as Philippox has his own shotgun to deal with Doki. But he has to govern multiple angles, shot through as well.
In Philippox, this smoke was used on back staircase, very difficult, so many micro decisions, when to swing, where to throw out those toxic babes, etc., stalling for time, and because Philippox stays alive and doesn't overexpose himself, well, G2 are actually rotating around this attack because they think they can take that area of the map.
But this is very good because we're actually seeing a reasonable response from G2. We're seeing a logical response.
Yeah.
You can't take it? Okay, give it up. Rotate, do something else. They need to change around what they're doing because so far, everything they've done is predictable.
First blows might come now as Benja walks in. He flashes twice, but Herds has so much staying power. First kill for W7M, a second will follow in very quick succession. G2 wanting to keep numbers close. It's Ali now to get one. Doki on the board with yet another. So that's 2 now for G2. Over towards Drum, the Legion of Nade is dispatched by Uno, and this is the best sign of life we've seen from G2.
They have brute forced their way now. You look at that, all 5 players came together and pushed. Sure, they lost 2 guys to begin with. Those are refragged. They have an additional kill now. If they mess up now, it's over.
That's the second time you have said brute force, and it is so apt both times. If all you can do is just bull rush your way into the bomb site, I mean, you got to keep trying it. This is a team where aggression in W7M needs to be met with proportional response. I think that's the major focus for G2.
Yeah, they're gonna drone out here. They want the instance, obviously. They don't want to mess up. Drone it, figure out the positions, communicate it, and 3, 2, 1, go together. 3v2.
Now this is a karaoke and T defense. JV92 quarterbacking all the way from backstairs. Doki gets the final 2 kills. That one's over in quite a hurry. G2 get on the board, finally on their map. Now, we asked this question on Nighthaven Labs. What is the win condition for this first half? We talked about how many rounds you need to. Skyscraper is the most defender-sided map. What do you think is a good scoreline for G2 in this first half?
5. Fabian is saying to me.
2 is enough. 2 is more than enough. The map is just so defender-favored. G2 loves this map. They get 2, then they probably have a chance. They get 1. I don't think they have it in them.
No, I agree with you. I think 2 is the benchmark there. Because if you go down, you're 2-4 defense, you can make some mistakes. They're allowed. Oh.
Herds has already lost half his HP. You guys aren't seeing it yet because we're watching the replays, but this is such a massive gift to G2 because gifting half of the life, Yeah, that's a good start. A few body shots and he's down.
A potential gift to W7M, though, is that Monte. Ali Mao will go on the shield operator. That, gentlemen, you're the experts. I don't think we have seen much from that operator in terms of success.
No.
And I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's a terrible start from Benja again.
Yeah.
He got no kills in the first half of Nighthaven Labs. He is about to do the same thing here on Skyscraper. 0 and 4 on entry.
You know, we spoke about Goga earlier, and this reminds me of his scorelines in the grand final. I remember.
He was there for you, and you backstabbed him.
Yeah.
I mean...
Oh, there's nothing but love for him. But yeah, the Monty hasn't... Well...
I mean, I was going to say, I like the Monty because you can put 4 guns behind him and just go through the map, but again and again and again, they don't have 4 guns behind the Monty. Either Doki or now Virtue will fall early, Benja 0 kills, they don't have the firepower.
What's happening to these Monty plays? Logic bombs go out, Benja finally gets on the board, Doki's there as well, but KZ holds true with JV92, not far removed as backup. And they'll retreat over towards Dragon, plugging the way with Kiba barriers to keep themselves a little bit safe. Doki down below, 1 logic bomb remaining. He hits a Gumon on the way up and is pulverized by JV92, who will continue to roam around and hold that part just within arm's reach of the bomb site. Uno in a 1v3. It was a good round from G2 previously, but it's answered back by a pitiful round.
I don't really have words for that, because sure, they lose like to a spawn peak, that will happen.
Yeah.
But what do they do to follow up on that spawn peak? What do they do to follow up on that good round they had before? They do exactly what they did in the first 2 rounds, which is just head in.
Yeah.
If they would have just calmed themselves down, slowed themselves down, they could have had drones, they could have seen everything. Alamo doesn't die, and all of a sudden, that stuff just doesn't happen. This round will last in 40 seconds.
This is brazen by JV92. Completely plugged off access, but using it to his advantage. JV92 was a huge part of that round. Here's something I like. G2 looked like they weren't there at all in map number 1, but they're laughing and smiling. That mental game that we talked about seems to be returning. There is literally color coming into the faces of these players when they looked white as ghosts before.
I fully agree, but I think there are 2 reasons why that can happen. One is you're in it mentally for the long game to win this series. The other is that you're taking in the moment and enjoying what's happening, playing on such a phenomenal stage with a great crowd, because most players, they will dream of this moment but never get there. They might still be checked out, but embracing the fact that they are here.
Yeah, it's like they have given up.
Yeah,
that's what
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
But that is what you're trying to point at.
Yeah.
And that's a feeling that I think we have both experienced at some point. We didn't do it very often, however.
No.
And I don't know which G2 we have right now. They know they need this round. This is where everything pivots around.
Yeah.
They've lost the rounds they're allowed to lose on attack. They need to pick up the last.
And as experienced as they are, the one thing that disappoints more than anything else is that when we talk about the great teams throughout the entire story of Siege's lifespan, the great teams can problem solve, they can adapt, they can change around on the fly. We have not seen much great adaptation from G2, and the few rounds where we did see it, it rarely led to a round victory. Of course, attack, that's where you need to problem solve. On defense, you set up a maze of objectives and things that are hard to deal with. But G2, they look so locked out. Now they're getting jammed. There's Bandit available here. Might go for a triggers JV, but no. The wall will get opened up.
Now this is an interesting one from W7M. They've opted to go to one of the least played bomb sites in the entirety of this esport. That master bedroom, bathroom bomb site on the first floor of Skyscraper has only been played 8 times. And it is so decisively defender favored despite that small sample size.
It's a Brazilian favorite. It's the only region that plays this map domestically. They also, with very rare occasions like this one, play it internationally. It's hard to attack because you lack experience. The defense, they can cook up some crazy strats.
Only one of those rounds hasn't been won by the attacker. G2's got its work cut out for it.
This bomb site is very, very hard to attack. Like, even if it's not the most favored one, because of how they remade the map, which is a long time ago, I think people are sleeping on it. Because it's like old habits die hard here, right?
Oh my. The roam for W7M has looked mighty good on both of these maps. G2 start off with pick Ali Mao in particular, the one to get it. Still plenty of utility on the side of W7M. Can't say the same for G2. Mostly in the hands of Benja Masters. The last logic bomb will go off. Action has been staggered but persistent as G2 strikes a second time.
You see, this time they slowed down. They got the kill. They wait for things to happen. WSM, they move into gunfights and they fall by holding angles.
3 players on G2 credited with kills so far. Benja, Alimau, and Virtue now all on the board in the same round. A team ace will happen if Uno and Dogi can find the final 2 players for W7M. There goes Benja. Nade holding true in this position. A swing as Alimau picks up yet another and Uno drops. Almost a team ace, but I'm sure G2 doesn't really care. They win the round that you said they must win, and they get the job.
Yeah, they don't care one bit who gets the kills. It's all about doing it. And what you said, Nick, is true. They actually looked like a team that round because they took their time. They didn't make mistakes. I wonder a little bit, maybe the Ash pick from Alema was something specific for, or it's just one of those, well, shit's hit the fan. We'll try what we can do, and I'll put myself on a fragging role because today I need to step up.
I mean, it's inarguable that he looked better on Ash than he's ever looked on the Monty this series.
Not very hard.
At least you give him the gun.
Yeah, but we add together here as well. Like we said on Nighthaven Lab, I think it was easy to go to wall bang. Now Benny gets a wall bang that's just similar. This is luck, but you make your own luck. And this is what they needed in this round more than any.
Yeah.
What a beautiful sight, by the way, to be back in Brazil and see the stadium almost completely full. There have been a lot of new fans of this esport over the last 5 years, 4.5 if we want to be specific. That was the last time we were in Brazil. Both of you happened to be involved in the finals, Rio, when you beat FaZe Clan. It is still within the realm of possibility that we see a G2 FaZe Clan rematch from Rio. But it relies on G2 pulling off a comeback here against W7M and then toppling Virtus Pro. Because both of these teams will potentially have another matchup to play later today.
Yeah, that's the thing. The energy reserve's got to be there. And when you look at Skyscraper on defense, there's really 2 ways to go about it. Either put a bunch of people on one side of the map and wait for them to come to you, or spread out pretty thin and try and shut down those entries. WSM, they split around. G2 so far, their first opening, they're picking a couple of spots to care about and seeing what the play will be.
Dogi decides to get active on the defense. He was looking for a pick earlier outside of the building on the rappel, but it takes a little bit of time before Herds wanders into his line of sight. Doki droned out inside of Geisha as he'll scramble over. He's got a kill hole looking down in the kitchen.
Sell him out. Get this round for G2, and we're all back. Like the... Yeah, G2
you're not on the team.
Come on, man.
I'm always a G2. That's just how it is. What are you going to do about it? The game is back if they win this round. But even if G2 have made all of these mistakes, well, they have all the time in the world to recover from them now.
Yep.
And the defender-favored side, where like the map in itself is so defender-favored, they kind of can let W7M still be in control of the game.
The setup in Geisha with the kill holes on the floor looking into drum is causing some issues for W7M. Doki has not relinquished control of Geisha, but oh my, all of G2 are now getting out of this portion of the map. Now all of a sudden, W7M have full control over Karaoke and Team.
Yeah. It's very clear win condition, right? You hold the map, you get that kill, 2 kills in fact, and you've burned over half the round. You don't need to care about the extension anymore. You got what you wanted. Now you play 5 versus 3 near the bomb side and help each other as a team again.
Yeah, they had triggers for falling back. That's what they had. They had either time kills or drones. That's usually what it used to be. Drones probably have fallen off in favor for time and kills. So they had an idea, they gave it up, and now they set up crossfires here on Dragon. That's going to be very, very hard for W7M to pick apart.
Only 3 drones remaining for W7M. They have a good inclination as to where they are. KZ gets faded in, but KZ is just so phenomenal. G2 knew they wanted 2 players to tackle this fight, and both of them are gone. W7M perfectly punishing that off the backs of KZ's gunplay. And it's gunplay winning it right now for the Brazilian team. But G2's got a couple tricks up their sleeve. Benja will need to clutch out against the final 2 from W7M. Everything looked good for G2. But Benja will have to cover 2 separate areas as he gets walked on by KZ. A magnificent mid-round for W7M.
I don't even have words for what W7M just did, because I don't think that was a W7M win. I think that was a G2 loss. Because, yeah, they had a perfect setup. Genuinely, they had the perfect setup. Then they lose 2 players playing aggressive in Dragon, Doki and Virtue. Neither one of them gets Casey. That guy needs to die. There's no excuses. And I think this plays into nerves. Then for some reason, Alemão, he also peeks into Dragon.
Yeah.
Let them have it if they get the first 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that, right? There's 3 stages to that round. The first stage that you have on defense, the roam that we saw with the gap to 2 kills.
Great.
They fall back to second stage, Dragon. The third stage is the bomb site. You don't have to die in this position of Dragon. You can play what Ben just playing, for example. But it comes down to a 2v1. We're thinking, oh, let's go for a plan that's safe, guys. He's all the way back behind the desk.
Yeah.
No. We're gonna Sophia stun him. We're gonna push for the kill because, again, 2v1.
Yeah, they split up, push both, and they got the kill. Had they fallen back another step and used the zombie barriers to set up a new layer of defense, even further deep into office, W7M only had 3 players left. They couldn't have come from everywhere.
Yeah, and no drones.
You can calculate with the communication where they will come from. And it just seemed that they set up perfectly, and then the nerves struck.
The Dragon play from G2 is especially egregious. You cannot be a world champion team making that type of mistake. G2 made a litany of mistakes en route to the championship last year. But as I said in the cast then, there's some kind of magic in Montreal with that G2 team. But we are very far from the wintry shores of Montreal.
We are, and
this is home turf for Toes.
It is.
They've got the crowd behind them. They've got the comforts of home. These Brazilian teams are showing why it matters so much to play with the crowd at your back.
You know, I spoke to JV the first day here in the elevators, and I was like, are you guys gonna win? He's like, no. We're gonna go lower bracket, and then we're gonna make a miracle run all the way back. And then W7M making that miracle run, they faced G2, the finals of last time. Only one of these 2 can survive.
Ali now is in that position. Uno and Doki drop. Support players from G2 are showing up in spades. Now it's Benjamaster. Worst performing player for his team at the moment. Walking into the waiting arms of Herds. He neglects to get the final kill, goes for the reload. Now it's Ali now scrambling off of his spot. He knows he needs to take a head-on engagement, but this is for series point. Ali now has the weight of more than a single region on his shoulders, playing around the door frame, and he plays it well. He has no idea the position of KZ, who now encroaches upon him. But KZ gets it done. And W7M are putting this match in the history books in a hurry. Series point for W7M.
And that run is so reminiscent of the first round that we had for G2. Uno went in that round, got 200 kills, and the split just everywhere together. Problem was, G2 didn't seem to have the team cohesion to make something of it. That for W7M is just steps above them right now.
You know, that was a close round, but even a close round looks kind of one-sided somehow. And when we speak about the greats throughout the history of Time of Siege, Penta, EG, Empire, NIP, there are so many teams we can speak of for different reasons. But without a shadow of doubt, W7M are one of the greatest teams in the history books to play this game at this level of play. Yes, they're in the lower bracket, but they went to the last SI final. They won every Tier 1 event this year, back-to-back majors. And with this performance, sure enough, they got what it takes to go to the finals again.
Fabian, that person was wearing your face.
So what you're saying is I'm a horse.
Well,
most people call me the GOAT, but you can call me the horse if you'd like.
Similar enough, Anna. We've used, well, actually, we have kind of hesitated to use this word.
Yeah.
But should I finally say it?
I think it's time.
A dynasty.
Nope.
Is what's at stake for W7M. Every single major and a hammer in 1 year, it is inarguable that the word dynasty would not apply. It absolutely does. But you cannot call yourself a dynasty until you've won the single biggest trophy there is. And it has eluded W7M so far.
They might have won it now. Blitz hour in, match point.
Oh, Ali now the first kill. It comes in a hurry. Numbers right now for G2 as W7M went for the throat. But G2 have found a way to fight back. Disentangling themselves from this offense from W7M, who are left with just JV92 and Nade still up.
W7M tried to change the game plan here.
Yeah.
They tried to change the tempo to go super fast, super aggressive. Didn't work out. G2 read into it, and they shut it down. Let's see if Nade and JV can solve something from this round.
Yeah, because I mean, there have been so many rounds where mentally we are prepared to move on with a G2 victory, but W7M have simply outperformed them. It is still very possible that W7M win this round, which is such an absurd thing to say.
I think it's extremely absurd. I'm even going to call you and say that, like, if they do, I'll wear the horse mask for my next segment.
You heard it here first, folks. Fabian will put on a mask of himself. No utility, though, in the hands of Dokkaebi other than 2 flashbangs. Saw some of the gadgetry from the lifeline of Nade Sophia used just a few moments ago. 1 minute left. Lining up and being shut down very swiftly by Dokkaebi. It was not probably the game plan for W7M, but there's signs of life still from G2. They need to go perfect.
The thing is, you might say, oh, if you're up winning and, you know, the way you played before was working out for W7M, why change things around when you're match point? Well, it's all about the game of mentality, catching your opponent by surprise. Who's going to go for a side rush on match point, right? Well, W7M are. And even if it doesn't work out, what's the worst that can happen? You're up 6-3. You can throw around, you can take that risk because you've built yourself such a big lead.
So far, W7M have definitely been in the driver's seat for this game.
Yes.
And they showed that with that rush. They showed that no matter what we do, we are in control, and we are the ones deciding how this game will end. G2 will feel like they stand a chance here, and I think that they do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to count them out until they're out. They're world champions for a reason. The map is so defender favored on every single bomb site. I don't know if they have what it takes, but I really hope that they get it closer than what it is right now.
I have no horse mask in this race, but I would really like at least one of the games at this event to be kind of close. Please.
Please.
I don't care who it is. I would just like an exciting match between these teams. Because while we are excited at the masterclass that W7M is putting on, it's not a fair fight at the moment. Every single match is a part of a story. And the story right now in the lower brackets is how W7M are making significant improvements every single match they play. It feels like that old EG squad where they would have a slow start, but the longer EG played, the better they got at events. Now, they also happen to play a team in the finals that was just simply better most of the time. That was you guys. But W7M are on another level at the moment. They have potentially a date with Destiny, Virtus Pro next, but FaZe off until tomorrow. FaZe have looked magnificent themselves. Either way, we've still got 4 great teams left in this event. It's incumbent upon G2 over the next 3 rounds to show off why they're defending world champions and why they've made it to this point in the tournament.
G2 haven't lost their discipline yet. I think that the key way for G2 to come back here is, number 1, Benny needs to step up.
Yeah.
Number 2, do what you have practiced. Look at what G2 did here. They've already given up half of the map and fallen back. They peeled that first layer of the onion. That means that they still are in this game mentally. They haven't checked out just yet.
Yeah, the only downside now is because they all got run up from W7M. They got the Capital, they got the Grim. They want G2 to get as close together as possible to utilize the Capital Fire, to utilize the Beast as well, to then shut down those clear positions. So this might actually be playing into the master plan from the attack.
2 drones remaining for W7M at this point in the round. That's it. You're going to be fighting blind through most of these engagements, but if a team can excel, it's W7M as they follow up on Benjamaster. How has no call been made as to Nade's position? W7M cuts right through G2. They've only got a single kill left. It's the shadow of Benjamaster trying to hold his team together, but it won't happen. They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but it's hot as hell here in Sao Paulo. W7M's reign of terror continues.
And what a way to do it. Yeah, there are many great teams in this event, but a big storyline is G2. W7M, they will take them down, send them home, make them walk from the fan crowd realize they might take the hammer, but before they face the finalists of FaZe, they still got VP ahead of them.
Dare I say it, the loudest the crowd's been all weekend?
For sure. This is what they want. They want an all-Brazilian final.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, next game is going to be just as wild. But the way W7M won this game, 3 attacks from Skyscraper, dominating G2 on Nighthaven Labs. What can stop them?
That's the question we keep asking, because when you look at this kind of performance that they're playing at, it's hard to go, oh, that's a weakness. That could be abused. It's like almost perfect siege. And even though it's not perfect, I don't know where they go wrong either.
They're not going wrong. That's the thing. They don't make that many mistakes. And that's kind of the play style in the next game we're going to see against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro don't make mistakes either.
Yeah.
What happens when an immovable object beats an unstoppable force?
And the durability and the stamina, because you just played a series, and for W7, winning 2-0 is a big deal. You can keep some energy, hide your map pool, hide those strats for your next opponent. If that was a 3-map overtime, that's tough.
Professionally, gentlemen, was this series over after Nighthaven Labs?
No, it was not. I don't think so, at least. I hope that it wasn't for G2's sake, just because I think that they're better than that mentally.
I wouldn't say it was over for as a done deal, but I certainly think it played a big factor into Skyscraper.
Well, you want to hear from your winner? I know we do. Let's not keep you from that. W7M down on the stage.
Brazil is dominant once again. W7M sent home the world champions in G2. And we are now joined on the stage by the one and only Felipox.
E aí, despacharam os atuais campeões do Six Invitational. Parabéns.
Obrigado. Foi, partida insana aí. No primeiro mapa, a gente não botou a gente na bag, simplesmente amassou os caras. E agora vamos pra cima da VP.
Vocês imaginavam que o jogo ia ser fácil como foi?
Não, contra a G2 a gente nunca imagina que vai ser fácil, mas eu acho que a gente teve uma ideia muito boa ali no pick ban e a gente acabou surpreendendo muito bem eles ali e acabou sendo mais fácil do que era pra ser.
Felipox, I don't think any of us expected to be having this interview so soon. You were so incredibly dominant. Let's start with Nighthaven Labs. We haven't seen you play that map all year. Did you save it for G2 specifically, and why?
We were saving that Nighthaven Labs for the Invitational, but we left to open other games, but they didn't want to play, the other teams. So today was the day, and we picked it, and 7-1.
Incredible. And Skyscraper, we haven't seen you on there much either. Did you expect G2 to pick it?
Yeah, we prepared Skyscraper because we knew they would pick it, like it was very obvious. So we did a little counter there, and it was easy.
We got to address this crowd again. I can't imagine what it feels like to be playing with this sound surrounding you and your team. It's one thing experiencing it as a host and as part of the talent team, but having that noise for you, what is it like?
Like I said yesterday, it's a dream to play here. Inside the game, I try not to hear as much as I could because I think it can distract me. But in the mid game and now, like, it's just amazing, the support.
Right, not many steps ahead of you before potentially raising it. I want you to have a look at it. I want you to look at it and tell Leo what that means to you. Feel free to do it in Portuguese.
Como é que você se sente aí, olhando pra Marreta, tá tão perto, tem a VP e depois a FaZe?
Pô, o Six Invitational sempre foi meu sonho, então significa tudo estar aqui, ainda mais em frente à nossa torcida. Hoje, mais tarde, a gente tem mais um jogo contra a VP e bora apoiar, bora pra cima pra fazer final brasileiro aí.
Eu vou te dar um espaço pra você mandar um recado.
Não entendi.
Sua chance de mandar um recado pra essa galera aqui, então. Olhando pra eles, olha, o ginásio é 360.
Pô, obrigado a todo mundo que veio aí, tá apoiando. Eu já estive no lugar de vocês e é simplesmente insano estar aqui agora. Queria agradecer minha família também que tá ali. E obrigado, só isso.
Felipox.
Thank you, Felipox. You can go and join the rest of your team. You got another series to come. What did he just say there at the end?
He just said that he was once here as a spectator.
I can't hear you, Leo.
Yeah.
He was once here as a spectator, and now
he's living a dream. He doesn't have words, and he's so happy. Oh my gosh, I can feel the atmosphere. It gives me goosebumps.
Me too.
Wow.
Listen, They've got a couple of hurdles ahead of them if they want to raise that hammer, one of them being the ferocious VP waiting in the wings. We've got another best of 3 before we determine who will sit in the grand final on Sunday. G2 are gone. W7M progress. Over to the desk.
The buff continues, and it's all Brazilian buff. And let's be honest, Brazil lives and breathes W7M support, but they also live and breathe Rainbow Six Siege. It is clear from this arena, and I love every single bit of it. Gentlemen, we're back again here on LFS. I'm Milos Semitic, your host. With me, of course, Fresh and Justin J. Jake. And let's break it down, because W7M rolled over G2 like I have never seen G2 be rolled on.
If you didn't know from watching the Copenhagen Major, the Atlanta Major, the entire year so far, if you didn't know somehow the W7M were the tournament favorites, you better know it now. The way they've been getting better every single game. Yeah, they're in the lower bracket. Sure, they lost their opening match, but they've continued to improve time and time and time again to put down the world champs in as a dominating fashion as that is incredible.
I don't know what the weaknesses are. How do you prepare against a team that's got such a big map pool, that's got such good gunners, that seemingly have absolutely no weaknesses at all? They're confident. They'll take on absolutely anybody on any map, anytime, any place, with about 10,000 Brazilians behind them.
It's even like there was that first attacking round from G2 on that second last map, or on the last map, where they got that 2K opening, and G2, okay, we're saying they can attack, they've got this second half, and then KZ just walks in and fries 2 guys in Dragon. Like, there isn't an answer. When somebody is that on point, when somebody is frying you that hard, you just have to match it mechanically, and I don't think there's anybody in the world that can, at least consistently.
And this is the whole point of the way that teams look to attack. You talked about that first round, for example. When you're doing that, you're looking for G2 to then surround KZ. Then what does he do? Fights his way out of multiple crossfires. When you've got players that are that good, it's almost impossible to beat them when they're on their day.
Well, the confidence from W7M combined with the support that they feel here in Brazil, that's pushing them deeper and deeper into the bracket. They're still not yet in the grand final. Let's hold it on. They're not where they were last year. FaZe, I guess, is the ultimate raid boss, but before you have there, I think no slouches themselves, Virtus Pro, are looking to halt them. Now, does W7M have what it takes to break through another European team? Can this be repeated with the amount of flexibility they have?
I'd actually say this is more of a strategic matchup when we get into it, of how VP play, which is very, very old and default, and how W7M play, which is very, very new and energetic and fast and confident. I think W7M's playstyle suits that fixture more. So yes, I would say right on the balance probabilities now, I think W7M will be in the grand final.
It's just the momentum as well. I mean, W7M are playing so incredibly well. You always talk about maybe the upper bracket team, the team that is the higher seed, being the big obstacle for the team coming through the lower bracket, but it feels like the opposite. I mean, it genuinely seems like W7M are this unstoppable force rolling through the lower bracket, and Virtus Pro, I'd be shaking in my boots if I were them.
Well, one player that is making everybody shake here, be it his opponents or us, to be very honest, is Herds on that W7M side. This man, like, in EPS of 158, how do you even handle it?
I mean, that's the thing with Herds and the way W7M play. We referenced it in the pregame where we said that W7M, they will attack or defend in a certain way, and if they meet a problem, they tend to just force their way through the problem and deal with the problem. Now, Herds does that with his mechanical gun skill. Just walks through, picks up not just 1 kill, but then 2, then 3, strings them together significantly.
And the most common question I get asked as a professional Rainbow Six analyst is, who is the best player in the world? Me. And I want to make it very clear to anybody on social media, to all the people watching the co-streams, to anybody who maybe isn't as familiar with the Rainbow Six competitive scene, the answer is Herds. We're past the point of debate. After the year we have seen from W7M and Herds in particular, he is the best player in the game over the course of the last year. And I don't care who's putting up the best numbers in ranked. I don't care who's putting up the best clips on Twitter. I don't care who won the last Jinxie 1v1. The end of the day, Herds is the best player in the world, and there's no doubt in my mind he's making a run for that hammer.
Yeah,
Jinxie mentioned, that's all we need.
And I agree with that exactly, is because it's not just the kills that he gets. Yeah, sure, you can make arguments objectively, statistically, maybe it's somebody else, the impact of those kills. We just saw a highlight reel across 2 whole maps where every kill had such big impact on the round. That's not picking off kills in the 5v1. It's getting the team to the 5v1, and that's the difference.
The only person that gets close to Herds is his own teammate KZ, which just shows you W7M's domination. But that domination, let's take a look at our play of the game, brought to you by Intel. Let's bring it up. Intel play of the game. Which one is it? There's been so many by W7M, and we'll get to see it here. Herds, one more time.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about him. Of course, he's going to get to play the game, too. That last shot right onto the breach, I mean, this is the very opening round. For him to move all around the map, to have those entries, again, it's the defensive early game from W7M. Herds, he does it better than anybody.
Yeah, and that was the whole point is G2 in that particular round had got in the middle of the map. If you imagine one from here to here, they got in the middle of the map and got a 2K. They had Herd surrounded. What does he do? Fight his way out of multiple crossfires, gets himself out of sight and finishes off the round. Impactful.
So we talked about the spearheads and the people that can really get the kills, talked about KZ and Hertz, but there's a lot that is happening in the background that enables these people to get into those prime positions.
100%, and I think Nade is a great example of a player who does not get talked about enough, because on one hand, he is good at getting aggressive and following up his entry players. Maybe he'll be back on site, maybe he'll be a floor below, but he's still really, really good at coming up when his teammates need him, giving them that support, being that extra thorn in your side, and I thought we saw that a little bit on Skyscraper here. Sometimes he was going down in that position as well, certainly, but I really do think that Nade is an underrated player. We can talk for ages about Hertz and KZ, but he, for me, has been the guy that I think has been the quietest but biggest impact for this team.
It's the decision-making for me. It's the decision-making of, for Nade, when he gets aggressive or when he doesn't. We see it so many times across different teams where we're looking at support players and they're too aggressive consistently. Lots of names come to mind, won't name drop them. But then there's also supports who will back off and then become a little bit more almost baity. He always makes the right decision of when he needs to get aggressive, bring his team back into the round, or when actually he can let his entries and his front line be those players and then be the support player.
I think it was Philippe Hawks yesterday in an interview who said it's going to be me and Nade who make the difference. W7M were here last year. They didn't have the exact same 5 players. They brought in Philippe Hawks and Nade, and they've been the difference makers. Yes, you still have the star players, but it's that backline that comes through that really elevates the whole team's play.
It's the finesse on top of that diamond.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. And I know we can talk about these squads all day, every day, and we will later on, but we have a while before we get to our real meat of this day, which is the reveal, and of course, game number 2 for this day. I have a little documentary to go through. I know some of you have watched this, the road to SI24 through the Atlanta Major, and then a show match with special guests, content creators you'll love that we're gonna rotate all through on our desks. So enjoy, we'll see you in a bit.
I think City of Atlanta is a place that has something for everybody. It's very urban, but it's also very natural.
We've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
I love Siege. My little brother was super hype on it, and I finally tried it out and was like, yeah, I see what this is about.
Any team that neighbor going DZ, SSG the whole way, no doubt.
There's money on the line, there's glory on the line, and for teams that came in this event on the bubble, well, we'll wait and see if they're able to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo.
チームはスカーズに所属します。ゆっくりこうテンポ変えてこうぜ。子供の頃からスポーツが全部好きで、小さい頃から野球とサッカーと e スポーツタイトルがオリンピックに採用されるっていうニュースを見てから、自分たち前回ベスト8でコペンハーゲン終わっちゃったので、次はベスト4を目指して。今日の対戦でもこんな感じがいいな。
Psycho's so good that he's in a class by himself. Bro's dropping 20, 15 consistently. He's making everybody else around him look trash. He's the GOAT, hands down. The GOAT. Yo, best game mechanic.
This blue Smurf cap with Shaiko photoshopped onto it.
We love Shaiko.
We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko.
Salut, c'est Shaiko et je suis entrée fragueur pour Team BDS.
Ce que j'en pense, c'est que ouais, pour moi, je suis un gars normal qui joue juste aux jeux vidéo, quoi. Mais je le vois aussi quand même qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui me suivent, qui me supportent et tout, et ça fait quand même plaisir. Les objectifs, c'est déjà d'essayer de gagner ce major, actuellement à Atlanta. Et le gagner aussi, ça veut dire qu'on se qualifie au Six, au Brésil. Du coup, ouais, ça serait incroyable. Mais il y a beaucoup aussi de travail derrière, quoi, du genre. Comme j'ai dit avant, c'est genre beaucoup d'entraînement, quoi, c'est tout.
I don't know the game over. Game over. Game over. Turn the page of your game.
The world champions are here, and their trophy case still has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded.
It's easy to win one competition, but trying to win more, that's the hard part, you know. I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want to keep it going and be classed as the most achieved player in the game. I mean, I guess you could say we have a reputation of being seen as like the bad guy.
Try to make one round today, Joe!
Because every time we play, like we are screaming at the enemy team, just trying to get in their boots.
I smell the fear, says Doki.
Okay, it's game time. Yeah, good times. Oh, we are the best at psychological warfare. It isn't even a question.
2, 1. You're gonna crumble!
G2, are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset?
Oh, Scars. I'm gonna say good luck again to them.
He's got another!
He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up?
Yo, Scars, you're terrible!
This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Like we won the first round in the game, and we typed in the game like GG. It's kind of bad manners, I guess, but that's called mental warfare. That's winning the game before you even play.
Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you are ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase.
And me too. Yeah, of course. All right, good luck. I'll see you later.
Day 1 of the Swiss stage yesterday, 2 top 10 teams finished dead last in the league, losing huge games.
Hello.
Personally, have put W7M thinking that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions.
Are you gonna pop off on stage today?
Pop off? Yes.
W7M here in Copenhagen. No one could stop their rampage.
Eu não vejo essa sensação de pesar. Já conquistei uma vez, eu já sei o caminho, como eu consigo chegar lá.
Both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed. This is going to be an in-your-face sort of game.
I win, you lose. If you win, you get the chain. Correct. No, what's the map? I don't even know. 5 seconds.
It's going to be a lot of trash talk.
They're down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim. Really hard to call which way it goes.
A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado.
Hurts gets taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Tô me sentindo muito feliz com essa vitória, acho que o time tava precisando aí pra...
SSG é sempre fácil, né? Sempre acho fácil.
Esperem a gente na final aí, vambora.
Passar vergonha. Passar vergonha na gravação do vídeo.
Então vem agora, então. Vem aqui agora.
Parece uma rama, velho. Mostra o meu dele.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan. No que eu poderia fazer, então deixou eu mais maduro.
FaZe que vem nessa...
Família feliz.
Nessa segunda temporada pra tentar de novo ser campeão.
Olha lá, vai correr atrás do papai. Ô, que sorriso.
Acho que essa parte foi o que me ajudou bastante a evoluir muito dentro do jogo. Ele é um amuleto pra gente, né? Querendo ou não, Acho que ele me deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele e saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo. No Major Suécia eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. E no próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Mas eu espero, se eu ganhar, conseguir levar ele pro palco e ajudar ele a levantar o Hammer junto comigo. E a gente vai trabalhar bastante para isso acontecer ou no Major ou no Six Invitational.
It looks like FaZe are on the way to their second win here. They beat Dark Zero last night and they've got NIP on the ropes, raining body shots in, and it just needs that one knockout. And FaZe will lock it down and they go 2-0 here in the Swiss format at the Atlanta Major.
Pô, fumou bastante, pô. É isso, pô. Vamos, bora aí. Bora, Sozão. Ficou só esperando os caras. E você?
Foi um jogo bem tranquilo na sua parte.
Ô, Rica desce.
Ah, não, você ficar dessa.
It's been a year and a half since Dark Zero raised the hammer in Charlotte.
This is a team that has some of NA's smartest and best players.
Which very high percentage of NHL prospects come from. I grew up playing with and against true stars of the game. I wasn't like a super talented player, but hard work is more important than talent. That was my whole life, till I got a bunch of concussions. I couldn't play anymore. So I guess I kind of just threw myself into competitive gaming. I'm Troy, Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero. I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
One of our beloveds, our staples, Dark Zero and M80, one of these teams guaranteed to move down to the O2 best of threes.
I'm iconic. I'm IGL for M80. My style is just free. I feel like my whole life I've always stood out. So like, if I'm comfortable with who I am, no matter where I am, then nothing can stop me.
M80 has been looking very solid up against DZ for quite some time. We'll see if they can go from zeros to heroes here, get their first dub under the board.
We'll see.
Okay, Dark Zero bends first.
Being the IGL's added level of pressure, you know, when no one's really sure what they should do, you have to be the person who trusts in yourself to know what's best in the moment.
He just got to take this close quarters engagement. Should be an easy pickup, especially now that Diaz has taken down one. Huge first round for M80.
The matches are just, it's incredibly tight. But you can feel like the chess, like you move a piece, like the instant reactions.
Very likely have won this round as Gomez drops down, takes down Pamazoo with a very, very heavy retake strat.
Force this plan. Play your lives.
Close your box.
Growing up and having that discipline definitely gave me an edge.
Rear end from the back end, but it's Rice that takes down Gomez, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Iconic.
Gonna go cage, gonna go up yellow, gonna go up yellow.
Hearts are pounding. It's a sport, you know?
Rice needs to hit this shot if he wants to end it in regulation. Does know about Iconic. He baits out the engagement, hits the retake. 7-5 for Dark Zero as M80 move down to the lower bracket and recreate a run in Copenhagen that only ended in misery. For M80, they found themselves in that same...
Two North American teams stand on the brink of elimination. A Southeast Asian and a Middle Eastern team might qualify for the main stage. None of this is how anybody drew it up, and that is the story of Atlanta in a nutshell.
We're in a good spot, I think. We're gonna wait for the bar to open. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the bar opens.
Like push the drone already, you know, so the drone's coming and you drop, and it's gonna have the fell fast. No, because just being above below.
Hey, I'll tell you when I'm forest and then you can drop because the forest was gonna take the time to get to him.
I think some teams put way too much pressure on themselves, like scrimming every night, or like, you know, trying to do some crazy routine. Like in my head, you know.
Nothing else about Bleed. They're just having a lucky tournament and they have a big fish. What is this fucking play, man?
They see the pick and they go for it. The nade, it does find the kill onto Aspie. Souls has been massive in this round. It's Brazil
Wait, the phase win? Yeah, 7 point.
Oh, boys, you're gonna win the major.
Two top teams, one of which still with SI qualification on the line.
The fact that Wirral still hasn't qualified for the event is very, very surprising. And in order for them to make sure that they guarantee a spot at the Six Invitational, they have to make a deep run.
Yeah, good. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
You need.
You need.
You need.
Clawback advantage, but Shaiko realizes the moment, seizes the opportunity, keeps BDS in control of it. Herds is certainly not confident, but let's be careful, BDS. Let's not let the all chat dictate the pace of this game, but it will. W7M 7-5. They will send BDS to the elimination series, and what a dire scenario it is for them as they need top 4 to qualify for SI.
Tipo, não tava nada nervoso. Só que, tipo, tava foda ali, tipo, no começo.
Eu acho que a gente vacilou um pouco, porque tipo, as defesas a gente se preocupou em pegar nova, os ataques a gente repetiu os que a gente sempre faz. O Shaiko foi lá que nem o demônio pra cima do Nade, aí tipo, matou ele rápido.
Eu só, mano, o Shaiko restou 2 games pra quebrar o uma vez. Só ficou parado no cantola, no off, não matei.
G2 up against GK Esports.
Where do they go against the world champions? The one map that G2 are unbeatable on.
Our captain in IGL, Alamau, he is a complete psychopath in every meeting in this, and it just looks fucking terrible. Pains me to say it. He's one of the best players in the game. I hope he doesn't see this.
Alamau looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage.
What fucking play? That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay?
Yeah, boys. Great map.
Look at that play. That is cool.
The next team, they need to pray.
Thank God you found a good team to follow and not someone like an Eddie.
Those guys suck.
M80 versus Wolves. Could the M80, a tournament favorite, go out 0-3?
He'll now force some of these defenders out of their position. Cuts through the reinforcement on line wall. Flashes the plenty to go on in. Gomez following up. Down goes P4. Gomez dies to Mowgli. Sheikah still in the same spot. Mowgli to the rescue. Bibu in on it as well. Time running out. Mowgli with the sidearm. And Spoit dies to Bibu. Match point. Wolves. And as Spoit tries fruitlessly for an opening, nobody on Wolves will give him that. Wolves can easily line him up, and they get him on the cross. P4 with the final kill. Wolves survive a scare, and with a 2-0 victory, Wolves stay alive. M80 goes home.
In the moment, I don't feel too great about it, but you know, it's just life.
M80 as the #1 seed out of North America. Unfortunately, they come to the event and nothing could stick for them. It's gotta hurt for the players that were putting so much effort in.
You gotta be in love with your fate. You can't choose too much in life what actually happens, but if you work for it, if it happens, then it's amazing.
Yeah, nice little drive back home.
If it doesn't happen, you know, you just gotta have to, again, live with that and learn from that. We don't have time to be upset over this loss. We might look defeated, but trust me, at the Six Invitational, M80 will be there and we'll be roaring.
Okay, let it be known. I'm working hard when I ain't on the phone. They see the hub, they see the flow. I'm never stopping, I'm keeping it.
ゲームプランね。今日どういう風にして相手と言っちゃって。
まあ、いつもの俺らのジャパンのプレースタイル。
Go!
All 3 hatches, boys. Oh, a really good opening kill. Hot and Cold goes down. A very aggressive play from Space Station as 2 of them fall. As I say that, a 3rd goes down. And SSG, their chances of locking in this round look very grim. And that will be a nice, quick, and easy lockout for the Japanese.
リラックスでいこう。
相手さこれ予想してるよりめちゃなんて引き気味で1めっちゃ取れるやん。めっちゃビビってます。
最初からアグレッシブ来る。
いやマジで普通の攻めで今のところいけるから逆に普通の見た目だったら変えるでいいと思う。とかあれそこだけ気をつけてほしいな。
いいよみんな声出ていいよ。もっと声出していこう。さあここ集中していくぞ。
When you look at Japanese Rainbow Six, there's so much potential there. Scars, while they dominate in Japan, they just can't find success on an international level. It's really hard to pin down what issues are befalling that region.
Scars is set up for this attack. They're going to fight for this tooth and nail.
He's pushed in and up through the red stairs, knowing that there's a player up on the balcony. He's going to look for the jump out, but J90 has the read.
さああれ見るわカメラあってそれピアノペ
Washoy has found his pick.
They're going to drop the hatch now. It's false to make the entry.
Washoy has to have an impact, but he goes down with no resistance.
硬くなるなよもう負けでもいい全力でやろう悔いのないように
Space Station are looking for liftoff. Scars disastrous. Fire up the engines. Space Station blast through Scars.
I don't even know where to begin. You fought with all of your heart. We could feel.
楽しくプレイしようとか、まあ負けることは考えないようにとか、まあ自分で言ってたんですけど。
Scars put up one hell of a performance. They fought to the very end. Yes, it was unfortunate.
やっぱりいざ負けるってなると、いや今まで何してたんだろうとか、もっとこうすればよかったとか、これからの、残りのブラジルまでの期間、次のブラジル APAC が優勝するために自分たちが絶対勝ちます。
We need an NA team to just force through. We need them to make phase 2.
One is low. Chasing Kyle down. Kyle hide.
When you're playing and you want to win for the guy next to you, not just for yourself, and you want to win for the team as a whole, you can go a lot further doing that.
It's looking rough for NA. I mean, the one thing about DZ is they have only beaten NA teams so far in playoffs. How can they beat an APAC team?
It's the best I've felt going into an event, honestly, ever.
Good luck, guys.
Les Fiches Joel bought it over in Bass Pro Shops.
Only about 10 seconds still to play with. Won't be able to find his kill. The crossfire comes on through. Bleed up to 5 rounds.
One round at a time. Force the late rounds here, okay? Make them work for it.
He's got to go now. He's got to move, but without vision, he's got nothing to go on. We're going to overtime.
Close. They're dropping in quick, and they've got the read. It's down to Reach all by himself. They know exactly where he is. Let's go! Let's fucking go! DZ are making it through to our live finals.
Yo, group hug, playoffs, come on.
We fucking reset for phase 3. We learn from our mistakes. Get that shit out of the way. Yep. But good shit, boys.
Gotta say, Chalet and Siege superiority, really. W7M just looking like a different beast today.
Let's go.
Playoffs.
Sometimes being first place isn't all it's cracked up to be. BDS and Sonics were both the #1 seeds coming from their respective regions into Atlanta, but now find themselves in a scenario where only one of them can continue into playoffs.
The main vertical angle to deny this plant. Licky Fack on this lurk has finally found his kill. Just barely survives. Rexon cuts him down, but it's all a distraction. 19 and 9. Him and Citizen both putting up big numbers. Have put it all on Shaiko. And it doesn't matter. Through the ceiling. They send bullets down, raining upon Shaiko. Sonics take their pick, 8-7.
Déjà, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est qu'au début, on a fait que des trucs rush BP, etc. Machin. Je suis quasiment full trap BP. Du coup, le rush BP est compliqué. Par contre, le clear, ils sont trop nuls. Vous avez vu dès qu'on a commencé à clear, après on était à rap, etc.
BDS, they invest so much in a player like Shaiko. He is often what can make or break rounds for BDS. Shaiko takes down one, but sees another in small office. These are two 1v1s, and Brixer gives them away. Citizen, you've got to get the kills! But you're just simply not outgunning Shaiko. And Linky Fack is waiting. Linky Fack hits his mark. It's just Geo on the site. You brought us so far, but you've let BDS move into a post plant, move to where their strong is. He's looking the wrong way. And Shaiko, he closes it out. SI is still here.
Ouais les gars, enfin, Sonic, en vrai c'était bon mais on a eu chaud quand même. Hein.
Ça va, on est bien resté focus quand même.
Top.
Demain, faut gagner.
On prépare le match sérieusement ce soir et ça devrait le faire pour demain. Bien joué les gars.
This is the last day of play-ins. Every single game today is going to be do it or go home.
We'll start off with BDS and Virtus Pro, then move into GK.
I gotta be joking.
Yeah, so basically this is what we use to predict what we're gonna play. And right now, VP or BDS?
It's not going to happen unless he rounds the corner with the pistol.
Holy shit. It's a dangerous game right there.
There goes the stun and the kill to go through.
We predict that. And then we can see we're gonna play BDS mostly.
Looking for something, anything that could bring this game over the line.
On aime bien de toute façon.
It's gonna be first time we actually play against BDS, which is gonna be cool.
Oh my god. Did you play with this controller? Rematch?
Je me sens bien. C'était une game très dure, mais en global, je me sens bien. Et du coup, hâte de jouer les playoffs, quoi.
I'd rather VP1, because that means no BDS at SI.
Se a gente quer ganhar, a gente vai pegar o ganhador de Bleed ou o SSG.
Prefere pegar aqui?
Tudo faz, pô. Pra ser campeão tem que ganhar de todo mundo, pô. Não tem essa.
Tá preparado pra qualquer um?
Preparado pra qualquer um.
Porque eles são muito lentos, mano. Final do round a gente vai ganhar.
E não entra ninguém embaixo.
Não entra ninguém embaixo.
I mean, literally every game we've played so far, I have felt in control.
Playoffs, come on.
On se voit sur le main stage, donc à bientôt.
You want to go out? But wait. Well, I'm gonna go, I guess. So see you later. Bye bye. Bota na cabeça de vocês, a gente é melhor que eles.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
We can fucking solve the problems. We don't fucking force anything.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
everybody, and welcome back to the halftime show. My favorite part of any broadcast, where even myself, I have to live up to Foxay and Laxing, and I open up a couple buttons on the shirt because we've got to relax here. We've got a long time before our reveal panel that'll be happening at, 14:30 local time here in Brazil, BRT. But I'm joined by two friends, two colleagues, in many ways, we have seen many years of this game, and we're family through this game on its own. Alfama, of course, on the telestration. We've seen you many times on our events. And King George, world champion King George. Can't believe I'm saying that.
Back from the 1500s, world champion.
He is a legend, and you have an effigy throughout Siege and it all. But first of all, let's introduce everybody here and make sure that you know what's going on in the halftime show. With Alfama and George, and we'll also have rotation with Dev Marta and Rolo, Titanium Rolo. They'll be joining us here on the desk right after this is complete. And I want you right now to subscribe to the channel because you can ask questions directly to our four guests here on the show. All you need on twitch.tv/rainbow6, make sure you subscribe, and then you can ask your question. Our team here at Blastar 6 will be reviewing all of the questions and putting them into a little sheet for me to go through and then ask our friends here what they have. First of all, we'll start with generalities. Mr. George, how's it been in Brazil?
Amazing. I have never seen a crowd at an esport event, probably even a sporting event in general like this. It's like every play, every moment, it's like just cheering, and it's like everything's like, I don't know, right on the edge of like, you feel like it's the end of the game every round, the way that people react, whether it's a win or a loss. It's crazy to see.
Oh, well, it is, and it is intoxicating. Alfama, I know you've been very busy with your telestration, so you didn't get to experience too much of it, but have you had the moment to like stand in here and feel it?
No, I did come in here as well, and I was also talking to some Brazilian players, and they were telling me it's not only that they cheer when you get a kill, they actually cheer when you shoot a drone or you do something that's very like basic.
Band phase.
Yeah, and they just go absolutely crazy. I love the engagement, the passion that they show, like, and it's also, I think it's part of the culture here, like the fan culture, the sports culture, whatever esports or sports, like they always show so much engagement, passion. I just love it.
All right, I think we're starting to get some questions from everybody in the chat. So remember, subscribe to twitch.tv/rainbow6 and post your question in the chat. Our team is looking out for it. First up to Mr. King George. How are the wife and kids?
They're good. They're good. So they're having a lot of fun. I miss them. I'm sure they miss me too, and I'll see them soon. So they're having fun in the meantime.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Alfama, question for you. You have been all around the world. What does it feel like to now be on the telestration on the analyst desk?
It's great. I get to see and now have the top-down view on everything. So when I used to be a player, I could not see all of it. So I would just like basically make mistakes, not knowing what was going on. I feel like right now I watch everything and I'm like, oh, this is how I should play. So I'm just learning from the best.
And you've both transitioned from pro play into content creation in one way or another. To me, as somebody that's an analyst, you're creating the content that drives this entire show with us here on the desk or as casters. And for you, George, how has this transition from World Championship, victory? You have that hammer, you've lifted it, the first one to do it way back in the day in Montreal in 2017. And now content creator that's constantly popping off. How does that feel? How's that transition?
It's nice, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I still love, in some parts of me, I miss pro play as well too. But I think with like the later transition in life with the wife and kids and everything else, it's nice to be able to make my own schedule. There's less stress involved in content creation, and the biggest thing is I get to just hang out with everybody in chat and stuff like that, and just have a good time.
Do you have any words for Intero? That we can say on camera.
Oh, okay. Break a leg.
That is literal, by the way.
Yeah.
Alfama,
that's actually what he told me on my way out.
And he meant it also literally. So I am not surprised by that. Alfama, also for you now that you got to come here and work a big event, SI. What does it feel like to just be in Brazil in the middle of it all and just experience it outside of just being a player or on analyst desk?
It's actually one of the only regions where I didn't go. So
it's true.
It's something I was expecting for a long time. Not really expecting, but like I really wanted to go. Just because in general, I just love the culture. I love the food. But then you take a look at the stage, you take a look at the stakes that are here, take a look at the players, the storylines. I also just love the people. I just love the people.
And to continue on that, because the question does build on it, do you have any plans to go pro again, or are you open to it?
I would say, I think it's a bit similar to you. that, you know, you always kind of always miss that competition. Like when you've tasted, you really want to go back at any time. Thing is, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids, so it's still up in the air. But no, I would not go back to pro play. I think if I wanted to go back to pro, I would probably just be coaching, because I'm just more into strategy, I'm more into team spirit, into bonding and you know, experiencing crazy stuff with teammates. That's really what I'm into, so would probably just be coaching, I think.
All right. For you, King George, our last question here. How does it feel like to see the hammer again floating there when you were the first to lift it?
It's just kind of surreal. I still remember the moment that we lifted it. It's something I'll never forget. And, you know, whoever ends up lifting it on Sunday, they're going to have that same exact feeling, and I'm very happy for them, whoever it ends up being.
Do you have any predictions?
I don't know. FaZe looks good. They look good right now. But W7M, that last G2 game, we'll see who gets the crowd buff, I guess.
Yeah, they made G2 look like chumps, eh?
Yeah.
It was absolutely, it was a big difference in the way they played, right? And before that, I thought the same. I was like, FaZe is going to be the heavy favorite. And then after the G2 game, I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah.
George, where can people find you if they want to continue watching your co-stream?
Twitch.tv/King George will be co-streaming the next game, so see everyone there.
All right, with that said, thank you very much, George and Alpha. We're going to swap out our guests, but first, let's go to the stage with Ian.
Well, this is special. This is why we love a halftime show, because we get very special guests joining us on the main stage here. In Portuguese first, would you like to introduce our amazing guest here, Leo?
Thank you. People know him, Hazza, the machine, the legend, one of the greatest streamers we have in Brazil. Preciso fazer mais algum tipo de introdução? Okay, Kamikaze, you know this guy. He won the Six Invitational back in 2021. And he was a vice in 2020, right? You're so close for the hammer, but...
I think you're allowed to touch it. Because you've won it, so you're allowed.
Você pode tocar, né? Você já levantou.
Então, eu sou o único que pode tocar aqui e eu quero ver amanhã quem que vai ser o... que vai entrar nesse hall da fama comigo aí, né? Qual dos dois times. Eu acho que vai dar 2 BR, tomara, a W7 time fez. Então, vamos torcer aí.
Did you get it? No. He wants FaZe and W7M in the final.
You want that too? FaZe, W7M?
Sorry, but I think they wish they had this one over here.
Yes.
In the stage.
Hazza, listen, a lot of fans here wish that Team Liquid would have been on the main stage. You're, of course, a content creator with them. If you would like to give Liquid their moment, certain players, Palu, Nesk, that didn't make the cut, what would you like to say about your amazing team?
Yeah, at the moment, it's not the best team in the world, okay? But Team Liquid is, for me, is the top 1 organization in the world, for sure. But not there at the moment, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's not a problem, but that's it. I love Team Liquid. It's my team. No more.
You've got a lot of fans here in the building. In Portuguese, what would you like to say to everybody out here?
Eu queria falar que a galera aqui é foda demais, mano. E é isso aqui, é tudo incrível. Comecei com as skins lá atrás, nunca imaginei estar num palco desse. Tá falando com um monte de gente assim, é algo surreal, pô. Eu não tenho nem o que falar, pô. É algo assustador. Tô até meio em choque, falar a verdade, tá? Isso que eu não costumo chocar. Mas agora aqui eu tô meio chocado. Mas acontece, né? A vida é assim, né? Yeah.
I don't know what can you translate for me?
That she's shocked. He was not expecting to be here with so many people following him. So, yeah. But congratulations, man. You're a big name. You helped to build our community. So thank you, by the way.
Thanks so much. Muito obrigado. Eu que agradeço, né?
É isso, a máquina.
Any last words from Kamikaze?
Yeah, your predicts. O que você acha que vai acontecer nesse Six Invitational?
Mano, falando bem a real mesmo, eu acho que a W7 vai amassar agora a VP. É muito difícil ganhar dos caras, eles estão numa crescente muito grande. E eu acho que a W7 na final vai vir pra derrubar e vai ser o maior time da história do Cid, tá ligado? Tipo, eles são muito bons. O Edina ali é o 0-1 do game mesmo, o cara é o GOAT. E é isso. Vamos esperar aí pra ver a final. Vai que a FaZe também surpreenda, né? Mas eu acho que vai dar W7 amanhã.
Amazing. Right, let's get right back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian. And there it is, Kamikaze and Raza, big names here in Brazil. They join us live from Sao Paulo in Ginásio de Ibirapuera. And we still have our own guests. We've said goodbye to King George and Alfama. Not permanently goodbye, by the way, just to make it very clear. But we're back again to talk with two of our own friends again. Mr. James Devmarda and Titanium Rollo, who joins us on the desk all the way from the other side of the planet here. Both of you, actually, but just on either sides of it. James, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know how you can talk on the desk with the crowd this loud. It is insane. I can barely hear myself think.
And you, Rollo, how are you feeling today?
Amazing. This is my first ever LAN, and it has been the best experience so far.
It's a hell of a thing for your first LAN to be the biggest event we've ever had, and be it an invitational in Brazil. It gets really loud. Now, for those that don't know, of course, James is a resident and a good friend. I guess you've done everything in APAC, right? Host, analyst, caster, you've done it with us here. We've worked for years together. And Rollo is known for her great content all over social media. I watched it. I've been a part of it a bit in last season, so I'm very happy to actually play some sort of role, even in that little Mira piece that we did with Tubarão. So yeah, how are you doing here now? You had some time to go around in Brazil. I know schedules can be kind of packed and tight.
Yes, so I asked my community when I first came here, what do they recommend that I should try? So I've been on the hunt to get some native food to Brazil. And my favorite so far has been coxina.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It is very good. The overall food here in Brazil is on another level. Now, we're coming in with some questions for those out there that haven't subscribed. You've got a couple minutes to get it done and ask questions. Our team is looking forward. We can ask them directly to Devmarda and Ms. Rollo. How's the jet lag?
How's the jet lag? I'm finally getting over it, believe it or not. I did wake up at 5 a.m. though, but that's fine. More time in the day to do fun stuff about SI, and that's really been the story of it here. I'm only here for 5 days. Like, you've been here for a while, right? With playoffs and all that.
Last Saturday.
5 days is not a long time when you spend 24 hours flying each way to get here. And so I'm just looking to make the most of it.
Fair enough. And Rollo, now you've been able to watch some of the games. I know, again, everybody's busy with things, but are you rooting for someone to win now that we know it's VP, W7M, and FaZe?
Absolutely. So I am a big fan of the LATAM region. I have been since 2K19. So FaZe to win for me all the way.
How does it feel like to be the queen of Easter eggs?
A wild experience. I can't believe like a small passion I used to do in my spare time has just exploded on the internet.
Hey, people want what they want and you give it to them, and that's pretty much all that we like to see. So favorite food for you so far here, James? Have you had some time? I know you're busy too.
Yeah, I had something called paçoca.
Yeah.
And I still don't really know what it was. I kind of thought it was a little bit like a weird cheesing on some rice and shredded beef dish. And it was cool. It was interesting. I'm still getting a handle on just touring Brazil and figuring out the food and the timing and the jet lag, but it's been good fun. A lot of meat, a lot of burgers, a lot of rice.
Absolutely.
A lot of really heavy food. It's great.
So do you have a favorite to win this event? I know you're not officially on the desk as an analyst, but you know how it is.
You know what that means? It means I have a license to be as biased as I want, and I can tell you with full conviction, I'm on the W7M train. I want them to make the lower bracket run work. I was actually kind of hoping for a VP W7M Grand Final so that we could get that Brazil versus not Brazil event, but we might still get that with FaZe.
How have predictions gone so far? Did you make any?
So I did. I initially put SSG to win their group stage, and everybody said that was a bad decision, so I changed it, and I regret changing it.
You should completely lock in what you got. Trust yourself, and there you go. Rollo, thank you very much, and thank you, James, for joining us once more here on the desk. For all of those watching, it's time to commend another member of our community.
Estamos de volta, ginásio do Ibirapuera. Mais uma homenagem. Eu tô sentindo o calor subindo aqui, Ian.
This arena never gets old. Welcome back to the Six Invitational here in 2024. We've got the reveal panel coming up shortly, and of course we've got another best of 3 coming your way. But before we get there, it's time to celebrate another commendee.
E essa é nossa primeira homenagem desde esse Six Invitational para brasileiro que fez história, Ian.
Yes, this man is an esports legend from Brazil.
Acho que essa é a história de uma criança. Uma criança que tinha um sonho e que fez deste realidade. Essa é a minha história de vida e eu espero que ela te inspire. I'm Julio, my nickname is Julio as well. Comecei a jogar videogame, é até difícil falar isso, porque desde muito criança eu joguei videogame. Eu acho que no Brasil, antigamente não tinha um computador tão bom para jogar. Então você ia para lan house para jogar computador. E acabou virando um ponto de encontro, assim, para quem gostava de jogos. Você ia para lá jogar um CSGO, você ia lá para jogar um Ragnarok. Então, se você gostava de jogo, você ia para lá, arranjava amigos, acabava se divertindo com eles. E eu acho que é aí que começou minha mentalidade mais competitiva, porque você tá ali de frente com o cara, você não quer perder pra ele, né? Você quer ganhar dele, então não tem como. E acabou que eu fui jogando, fui ficando muito bom no jogo chamado Battlefield. E meio que jogava profissionalmente, só que não era algo tão profissional assim. Jogava campeonatos profissionais que valiam vaga lá pra fora, mas eu ainda trabalhava, estudava, então foi uma transição meio que natural, assim. Eu fui vendo que tinha um mundo. Primeira vez que eu fui viajar pro Mundial de Battlefield foi na Alemanha. E a gente tá aqui na Alemanha jogando Mundial, o jogo que a gente gosta, sendo pago pra isso, com nossos amigos. Então, assim, eu vi que era uma coisa que eu gostava muito e eu queria, pelo menos, tentar. E aí, nesse tempo, o pessoal da Ubisoft no Brasil chegou falando, tem esse jogo, Rainbow Six Siege. E aí a gente, vamos ver como é esse jogo. Pra ser sincero, a primeira vez, assim, foi bem difícil a transição. Mas o que me fez gostar muito de Rainbow Six foi essa parte tática, essa parte cadenciada. Tô de coach, eu adoro essa parte tática. Eu ainda mais do que a parte de competir. E eu ainda consigo aproveitar o máximo do Rainbow Six, que é a parte tática. Então, por isso que ele é um jogo lindo e sempre vai ser. Eu cheguei no jogo com uma line já do Battlefield. Eu sabia que eu era muito bom, que meu time era muito bom e que eventualmente a gente ia ganhar alguma coisa. Então, demorou um pouco pra gente se provar e para as outras regiões verem o nosso potencial. E acabou crescendo de uma maneira que eu não esperava. A partir daí, o Brasil meio que já se consolidou no cenário internacional. Aí o primeiro resultado específico que nós tivemos foi a Team Liquid ganhando a Pro League. Então, ali em 2019 para 2020, a gente acabou superando um pouco as outras regiões. Em questão de evolução, a gente acabou evoluindo muito e chegou no Invitational de 2020, chegando nos playoffs pela Loser Bracket. E aí a gente conseguiu ganhar e chegamos na final. Acabamos perdendo para Space Station. Assim, dentro e fora do jogo, a gente aprendeu a jogar uma final, a gente aprendeu como se portar durante o campeonato e a gente acabou trazendo essa experiência, treinando com... O Brasil é o país do Rainbow Six, porque tem outras regiões, mas nenhuma é tão apaixonada quanto a gente pelo jogo, com certeza. Depois de todos esses anos, eu ainda sou apaixonado pelo jogo. Eu acho que eu estou no momento ideal agora para ser um coach, pela minha experiência. E eu quero continuar trabalhando como coach, principalmente com jovens talentos. Para mim é como se fosse o começo da minha carreira como coach, entendeu? Eu tenho muito ainda a me provar. Já me provei muito como jogador, mas como coach, eu acho que eu ainda tenho muito a provar e a ensinar as pessoas. Então eu tô mais motivado que nunca. Eu consigo fazer muito fora do jogo. E é bem diferente, mas é bem legal, assim, tô curtindo bastante. Cara, eu acho que a família é tudo pra mim. Cara, eu acho que a comunidade Rainbow Six é sim uma segunda família pra mim, porque eu tô desde 2015, então tem pessoas que estão há 8 anos na minha vida, tenho grandes amigos, grandes pessoas que passaram pela minha trajetória. E isso fez minha carreira ser muito mais leve, assim. Eu acho que isso ajudou bastante para eu estar aqui até hoje e estar curtindo igual fosse no primeiro dia.
Cara, o Júlio, acho que desde o começo ele é uma lenda no jogo. Ele foi um dos melhores que a gente teve e um dos que mais agregou ao cenário com isso.
Não tem quem não gosta dele, é impossível não gostar do Júlio.
Cara, acho que se retornasse para onde eu comecei na minha carreira, eu acho que eu não faria nada diferente, porque mesmo as derrotas que eu tive na vida e dentro do jogo foram que me ensinaram a ser o que eu sou hoje, entendeu? Me doei ao máximo ao Cid tudo que eu tinha e o Cid me trouxe de volta.
Recebam a lenda do Rainbow Six Siege, campeão mundial do Six Invitational em 2021 com a NiP. Ele,
Julio!
A.K. Julio! E aqui está o seu troféu.
Another one to add to the collection.
How does it feel? Como você se sente? Pra me confundir com os idiomas.
Cara, é uma loucura ver... Tá desde o começo do jogo e ver isso aqui, essa festa no Brasil é incrível, é incrível.
Você imaginou quando começou a jogar e as pessoas diziam que era um joguinho, que você ia chegar e ter todo esse reconhecimento e mais do que isso, ser vencedor, levantar essa marreta, tantos e tantos tentaram e tentam e não é pra qualquer um.
Cara, no campeonato aqui e agora ver esse Immerse, essa festa, torcida do Brasil é o melhor do mundo e é isso, vambora.
Julio, for our English fans watching at home, there's a lot of English fans who support you as well. What would you say has been the biggest achievement ever in your career?
I think my biggest achievement is like being a good person, always like have good relationships with everything I work with. Like now I have a family, I have a wife and kid, and like it's been awesome, you know, like transition to coach. And yeah, just thanks to all the fans and everyone who supported me always.
Julio, I can vouch for that. Out of everyone I've ever met in esports, you're one of the nicest men and most humble men that I've met, of course. World champion, you've got so much silverware in your cabinet. But now we're looking ahead. Your career as a coach is only just beginning. How long and how much more do you want to achieve in this game?
I don't know, maybe 50 years old dad. I don't know, old man, just playing, coaching. I love to work with, like I said, young talents, and it's a pleasure. And yeah, let's go, let's keep up the good work.
Make some noise, Sao Paulo, for Julio!
Vamos aplaudir, tá aí, ó, a lenda. Obrigado, Júlio, campeão mundial do Six Invitational em 2021, a lenda. Também participou desse Six Invitational como coach da Bleach.
What a man. I think he's just coming to have a little kiss of the trophy there.
You're allowed.
Of the hammer.
You're allowed.
He's allowed. We're not. We're not allowed.
No.
All right, we are going to go to a break, but when we come back, it's all about the panel. It's the reveal panel is coming up. I know you're here for it, and you do not want to miss this one.
Super light, normal, usado por 500 segundos.
Mas acho que é o preço, pô. É o preço do usado.
Qual que é a programação de vocês aqui?
Já dei 2 às 2h45, depois a gente vai fazer um bagulho de drone lá. Depois vai treinar. O jogo vai ser de manhã, tá? Tipo, vai ter que acordar 11h30 da manhã.
11h30?
Então eu vou ter que acordar 8 horas, 8h30 por aí. Pra tirar uma neca, hein?
Call Rafa and show you. C'est quoi tes jeux en ce moment là? Moi j'ai aucun jeu moi. J'ai tout. Niveau combien en tête de ligne là? Je viens de passer à HDB11. Quoi mais t'es un geek?
The gas
South Arena, but to do rehearsals for walkouts and such. Our first look at the arena seems pretty dope. It's also a hockey arena, so advantage me.
Hey, look at my trophy. It's mine.
Hello guys, can you all hear me?
I don't know why.
Okay, nice to see you guys again. 8 teams left.
He's like,
I mean, if we qualify, then we also have at least if we lose, then we're not going to Six Invitational, which is the World Championship. And if we win, then there's a good chance that we go to the World Championship, either by making it to the semifinals or by lost one losing their match. Like the stakes are as high as they can be, because otherwise it's 3 months of off-season.
Let's say hello to Dark Zero.
Oh, thank you.
That's a lot too.
Brandon the Rob.
Something I was thinking about though, like, we actually stand so no team has been like through the ringer, kind of like how we have, with how close our fucking matches have been. I mean, like we literally could have been sent fucking packing. That's fine.
To the job not being done.
Water.
To the job not being done.
Can I touch you with my water? Here, let me touch you with my water.
Yes, sir.
Rob can't reach. Give me the water, Gabby. Christian. Okay.
In history where one team has won 2 majors, let alone back-to-back, and W7M are looking to try and see if they can't be the first.
No timeout remaining.
It's GG.
Tricks closing in.
He hears the no.
But JV92 will break the hearts of a whole region. The defending major champions win 2-1.
GG. Don't play Monty again, man. Okay? don't never, ever again. I have a lot of respect for BDS and like their players in the team. I think they're all really good, especially Shaiko. Like I've always looked up to him. BDS need to come semi-finals this major to make Invitational, which is a tall order.
La chose que j'aime le plus faire au monde, c'est jouer. Vu que on a gagné un major, on a gagné des Gamers 8 aussi. Et c'est ce qui nous reste un peu à accomplir, quoi, de gagner un Six et de soulever le marteau. Il faut absolument gagner. De perdre, c'est pas possible.
Carl, take the hat off and do the fucking devil horns. Walking up the stairs at that's gonna be cold as fuck. Go boys. Okay, guys. Have some fun, no pressure. SIs are in the corner. Just fucking do it. 3, 2, 1.
Doki finds him, a trade comes through for BDS.
You guys, you chill and drone side now. Okay, guys, let's see how can we execute, okay?
Now the man who talks must act.
5 seconds remaining.
1v2 for Alamau, but he is cut down. The French find their first.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout, les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
Everyone says I copy Shaiko. And maybe I do, but in my head, he is the best player.
Coming upstairs.
Yeah.
Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Red Shiro.
Let's go, Bruno.
Up 3-1. A G2.
Oh, Jake, you got Shaiko, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, that's something we never do in scrims. Like, that's a game we play, baby.
Not a single mistake can be afforded. Doki finds a triple kill, looking for the killing blow. Is this the G2 dominance of all?
Fucking go, baby. Bro, you grimmed him. Literally 30 bullet pre-fire. Got him in the last bullet as he peeked me. Like, these guys have all against the wall now. Like, they need to win this map or they don't go to SI.
On joue ensemble, on se bat ensemble, les gars, vraiment. Là, on a dit qu'on devait rentrer sur toute la map. On l'a fait combien de fois, ça?
They will play the same way they play in the past. They're gonna spread the map. We're gonna kill them.
A big pick for G2. Another one. Left, looking to hunt down Alamau, who's already stolen his teammate. Finds the kill.
On est 5v5, ils sont comme nous. On est obligé de gagner, quoi. Il faut gagner et on va gagner.
Shaiko finds his kill on the Benja, but goes down for his trouble. He gets for the self-revive, but he will be punished. Doki on the bomb site. 13 kills for Doki so far, looking for a 14th. He finds it. Bride up against the worlds. Could this be it for BDS? 13 map win straight. G2 take no prisoners.
Commiserations to the French. They waved the white flag today.
Yeah, they're going to have to sit and wait and see what DZ do later, because, you know, that's potentially SI gone for BDS.
Quarterfinals! I won the quarterfinals! Let's go, baby.
Good job, brother.
You got it, yeah? You got this. Let's go, mate. You got it, GG. GG. You got this, GG. Good, feeling good. Team played so good. Like, every single player played lights out. So I love winning as a team, so good. And like we were so dominant today, it was crazy. So yeah, they didn't stand a chance. GG, semi-finals tomorrow. Let's go, baby.
The time when we have the reset for everything. SSG will start out on the defense, and oh, so successful they have been.
Oh, Cyber's read though perfectly. Vidaking's gone down. There's no fucking way, Space Station. I'm going to overtime.
Joga uma coisa PZT. Consegue?
Cyber, they're coming for you. 3 more you'll need.
5 seconds to go.
Do you all want SSG to win?
FaZe Clan, how do you come back into a game after losing 7 rounds in a row?
Defesa por cima avançada, tá sempre no lado do meio, tá? Você não precisa ser em cada cantinho e tal, pode sempre ter uma rocha. O cara entra na cozinha, o cara bota
Ter um filho de 2 anos, acho que me deixou mais pensativo nas coisas. Acho que ele deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele, saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo.
Lurking down below. He's forced back and he's feeling the pressure as 2 players shut him down. And EMP goes out, but Cyber's found his. Devastation for SSG quietens the crowd as FaZe have a 2-player advantage. Oh, Faults, don't do me like this. Don't make me a promise that you can't keep. J90. This crossfire may well be too much to overcome the first 2 kills. And they bow before your new king. FaZe have a date with the semi-finals.
Dark Zero, probably one of the smartest teams in the world, but they are still trying to play a very slow, late round execute based style of Rainbow Six that you can't get by with anymore.
Opposed plan now has Lobin down below for so long, has put it all on to Panbazoo to stop Los from getting match point. He sees one rotate, he gets that kill, but Lobin works his way in. He does it work!
Let's go. We got to fucking run it up on defense, boys.
They have to get this round, folks.
The IGL, the team captain, a nade with his name written on it. He moves forward, and Lobin cuts him down!
I felt like we were putting in the effort, you know, doing what needs to be done to be able to show up and win. We fucking gave up. Yeah. We fucking gave up. Oh, bro. Congrats. GG. Congrats, man.
GG. Congrats, bro. Thank you.
I think you just kind of get better at dealing with it. I think we kind of have to sit down and have a whole talk as a team. But honestly, just to say to the guys, like, it's not the end of the world. We still have SI. There's still parts to be proud of here. And just remembering that.
Nobody wants him more than Troy. He is the most impactful player in the entire game. The amount of work he does, for all of us to succeed, is just...
Thank you, buddy. Give me.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
Não.
Por várias simulações a gente não teve isso, tá? Então,
eu sou um cara que, gosta de se arrumar bem, pá. Um cara que gosta bastante, de manter uma rotina da hora, então... Eu gosto, sim, de sair, comprar roupa, tênis, essas coisas. Um cara que gosta de... essas coisas é algo que me deixa bem. Se eu acreditar que eu não tô bonito, quem vai acreditar?
It's semi-finals Saturday with a Brazilian-dominated bracket and a certain EU team looking to crash the party.
I think G2 wins. G2 for sure. I'd say 2-0 G2 and 2-1 FaZe.
W7M are they're the reigning major champions. They're crazy good. Herds, because we have a good rivalry, I'm always watching how he plays. Bom, essa rivalidade com a G2, eu acho que sinceramente ela não existe.
That rematch of the Six Invitational Grand Final.
This feels like a grand finals in the semi.
No. Bro, you have already made your first mistake. Which is
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, you think attack aside? Yeah. No, man.
Or don't you?
Hello. Are you nervous? No. I'm nervous. You're nervous? Yeah, I'm always nervous.
But the nerve was the psychological.
Não estamos treinando, né?
No, it's a good thing. Good luck, guys. Yeah, the guy comes up to me as well saying console's attacker sided. He's shitting himself. He knows he's about to get 6-0. Bro. Today, I kill G2.
You know what, Tim? I think this round is probably going to be the biggest round of the map.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm fascinated to keep an eye on Dorky and see what he does on the Jaeger. Obviously, that's being brought along to try and keep hold of elbow.
One hell of a shot and gets his kill. Virtue gets a couple back on the other side. Doki, he does strike up.
Dorky's moving in here.
Nice! Let's go!
Ainda tem Jaeger, mano. Caralho, achei que tinha deitado o Jaeger, cara.
Great team play coming out of G2.
He's trying to bait G2 into taking this gunfight.
Coach headsets coming on down. I see the microphones by the side of their face. It means that we are stepping into a tack timeout. Unsurprisingly, W7M pulled this one out.
Let's go, guys. Don't be fucking scared of 4v1. Pick the fucker. Not bad.
To start things out, they want to establish map control. Got to deal with Benja.
Herds is going to take down Benjas. G2 under a little bit of pressure now.
And they're starting. Herd flicks onto Virtue. It's
Alamo left against two here. Shotgun in hand. The knife comes out.
I'll set up there.
Right now, Tim, they don't really look like equals. Herds is in his head.
To Benja and Uno. Benja on the ward and he's seeing through the smoke. He's just checking the bottom of the There's somebody around there. The timing isn't with him. It's all up to Uno. He finds one. He can't find any more. And W7M get round 5 and bring it back to 2-3.
A nossa derrota no Major, claro que teve muito mérito deles, mas foi um jogo que a gente estava realmente bem abaixo. Eu acredito que se tivesse outra oportunidade, com certeza a gente ganharia. E eu acho que vai ser assim daqui pra frente.
G2 certainly finding their feet on Oregon better than they did on console.
And it wouldn't also surprise me if W7M claw it back.
Herds may have just deleted this attack already for G2.
Herds is unstoppable right now. W7M on their feet and starting to feel confident.
Guys, we find that each other in gate. Jake plays reach for the Phantom Trap.
Wake up. Get out your head.
Play.
The last round of this first semi-final, W7M with a chance to secure that spot.
See Benjamin being nervous that they might again get flanked out here.
Alamo is ready to go here. The utility starts to rain in, and the drop will begin. But it's full epochs. He finds the first, KZ the second. They started at a steady pace here in Atlanta, but it has only picked up as they have gone. And like the Bulls, that is their mascot. W7M have charged their way into the grand final.
I'm not going to sit there and be sad of something that I can't change anymore, you know? Like, everybody loses, man. Like, you lose more than you win. To be honest, it's actually really strange. Like, usually when I lose, first thing I want to do is play. But this time, no. Like, I actually want to break. I think our player Herds, like, he just destroyed us.
We have let you down, guys. We heard the support on when we were playing. So loud, the crowd, like, was so good. So I want to say thank you.
Like, individually, he just run the whole marathon around us. Like, sometimes one individual player is all it takes to push a whole team over. And that's what happened today. Like, he played so good, and props to him, you know? Like, fucking sucks, but yeah. I'm annoyed that there's a team better than us right now. We now need to become the better team again, and we're going to have to do that at Invitational. I don't care that we lost today. Like we're going to come back and be better. And they're going to be on home ground, so they're going to have a buff. We're G2. We're going to win. We're coming for W7M. We're coming for you. Again.
Drone PP.
And Los, from the bottom of Brazil, might just send home one of the favorites.
Mantenha comigo.
KDS spots his doom staring him in the face. Handy gone. It's all on KDS.
Quando a partida terminou, eu fiquei bem triste. Eu acho que triste pelos meninos, porque quero que eles ganhem também um título internacional. Quero ajudar eles nisso e eu acho que fiquei mais triste por eles, assim, que eles estão tentando bastante, do que por mim mesmo.
So many emotions here. FaZe leaving absolutely everything in the server.
Range. Falei pra ele ficar calmo, que tem os seus momentos. E cada um tem a sua hora.
Obrigado aí pra todo mundo que torceu aí pra FaZe aí. Infelizmente não deu certo, mas no Six Invitational vamos vir forte.
Commiserations, KDS, and commiserations to FaZe Clan. You guys will be back, that's for sure.
Nunca imaginei isso na minha vida, ser reconhecido mundialmente. Eu falei muitas vezes pra mim mesmo que eu ia conseguir chegar onde eu tô hoje em dia. E acredito que eu consigo me manter por muito tempo ainda aqui.
Como você acha que isso pode influenciar o Bernardo?
Acredito que quando ele vê isso, eu acho que ele vai ver que, independente de qualquer coisa, se tá dando errado, se tá dando certo, eu acho que você tem que sempre agradecer por ter vivido esse momento. Então, acho que você prezar mais pelo coletivo, assim, e prezar pela vivência que esteja boa, né?
Sacrifice after sacrifice, we have an underdog in the finals.
Welcome to the grand finals of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. Now is the time to start seriously considering the word dynasty again.
It's an all-Brazilian battle between two teams with such different stories as well. W7M, the greatest Brazilian team to ever play this game, hunting for their back-to-back major titles.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Again. Parabéns. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Today I go win one more major.
W7M making history just last night to become the first team to ever qualify for the grand final of every single big event in a Siege calendar.
Preparado? Mais um aí?
Acho preparado, né?
No team has ever won 2 majors throughout the history of Rainbow Six, so W7M have the opportunity to do that today.
A gente tira tweet que eles vão ter que, tipo, gastar recurso e tal, então não tem porque a gente não banir isso.
Mano, bizarro.
Lowest to run through it so far. They've yet to drop a map here through playoffs, through Swiss. They were extremely strong as well. I believe it's 7 maps in a row from Lowest that they have won.
Não, ataque.
Vocês esperavam, né?
Now is the time to see if the unstoppable force claims another victim.
Caralho, vocês são cringe, mano.
We're going to consulate. Who takes map 1, guys?
W7M are the better team on the
Pro jogo, cara.
Não preciso de energia.
It's been a weekend of Brazilian brilliance. Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose!
Já tem 2 anos que a gente tá aí como favoritos em todos os campeonatos que a gente joga. Essa expectativa alta é algo que eu aprendi a lidar. Se você quer chegar, você tem que passar por todo mundo.
It's W7M!
In Atlanta, there's no doubt where the crowd's favor lies.
O jogo vai ter altos e baixos. Coloquem isso na cabeça de vocês. Então, mano, fica tranquilo, faz o jogo. Tudo que a gente vai dar pra eles hoje é o nosso melhor. E com isso a gente vai sair com a...
Guys, o nível de comunicação hoje tem que ser muito bom. Concentração, beleza? Vambora. Vamos!
Eu falei isso muito antes aqui pros meus times, meus companheiros. Hoje a gente ia ganhar e não ia ter nada que acontecesse que ia parar isso, porque a gente tava confiante.
W7M only losing one. The attackers prevail to start off console.
A gente tem uma metodologia de trabalho muito boa, cada um é o melhor na sua função.
Maya can't stand up to the might of the Bulls. JV, does he want to hear you?
Canos. Unaware of this push going on. He could flank on over, nade, taken out by more than one player. Cameraman to save this round. Consulate stolen by W7M. Off to a very good start. They spot him, super shorty in hand. Herds 3 kills in a row. It's just so easy.
And this has got to be one of the most one-sided grand finals we have seen in a long time.
30 seconds off the clock, and Rose are just getting sent home. Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. W7M 7-2 to go up 2-0.
And Herds is having one of the best tournaments we have ever seen from the man.
Yeah, he's hungry for that back-to-back major trophy, baby, making history for his team, and they are only 1 map away from that now.
Ô, e a bala que eu dei no clutch?
Tu viu?
Dá um chocolatinho
Tu não viu que eu mandei...
Vou pegar lá mais. Só uma pra tu.
Come na hora que eu quero. A gente começa atacando.
Então fica atento no início, fica paradinho de boa, tá ligado? Não fica querendo peitar os caras, tu principalmente.
Que isso?
Tu sempre é o leãozinho no treino, quero ver aqui.
Não treino. Perdão. Hoje eu fiquei paradinho, o cara com o
Nós estamos aqui. Mano, é o seguinte, Lobo, você joga muito bem, você sabe que você joga muito bem, o seu jogo não tá encaixando muito bem, hoje contra eles hoje. Eu quero que você, quero que vocês chamem a gente, você e o Maio, principalmente vocês dois, chamem a gente pra dar o suporte que vocês precisam.
Muda a tática se for necessário.
Tipo assim, a gente vai mudar a tática se for necessário, eu quero vocês chamando a gente, velho. Pra chamar, eu tô falando pra chamar mesmo, tá ligado? Sobre isso. E ó, confia em mim nesse banco, pelo amor de Deus. A gente tá perdendo isso aqui na bala, velho. A gente não vai perder essa porra na bala, confia em mim, mano. Vamos fazer isso. Bora.
Are Los in trouble on this one? They lose their own map pick. They lose W7M's pick. What does Los have to do to stop this onslaught?
Bora. The first thing that Los have to do is get Hertz off the board. He's having a life game today. It is his time to shine.
This is a 50-50 map. Neither side has an inherent advantage. And if you can't win 3 rounds on a 50-50 map that you chose, there's going to be some troubling signs. So they do get the first pick on to KZ. That's huge. Maya sustaining some damage. Hertz in a tough spot. The best start to a round so far from Lawson. It continues to improve. There's a nade tossed out. It works. They triple up on it. JV92, though, still very much alive. Another player from Los, laying in wait, not too far off from Tellers.
Los are still very much in this game. Hertz, the star fragger for W7M with the diffuser available. But here comes Cameraman. Pacing is essentially, has he got the time? Oh, not enough. Los must now retake as Hertz has the chance to lock in the round, but not if Cameraman has anything to say about it.
Hertz looking far more mortal in this map.
It could not get more even here on map number 3.
Information now as to the next position as the yellow ping will guide him forward. Los takes the lead.
Guys, nós perdemos esse round de falta de comunicação de saber o que quer fazer, tá ligado?
W7M are showing an eagerness to tie it up. Cameraman be the hero now. Holding that TCSG. Oh, slaughtering JV92. There's smoke depriving him of the line of sight. Cameraman looking with that experience. Philippe Hawks and Cameraman in a 1v1 to push them to map point. Cameraman gets it done.
Pelo amor de Deus, mano. Calma, mas pelo amor de Deus, calma, Edina.
Los on map point.
We were wondering, is this going to be the most dominant final we have seen since the Paris Major? Well, I don't think so anymore. They need to find an opening, but Dots is about to give them one! It may be the end of W7M on bank, but not if JV's got anything to say about it. A 1v2 looks so winnable for the Hibana. JV, another player spotted!
No way!
4 kills! Dash, hold your breath! The round is surely over! JV can't deny that this map belongs to Los! It's been so long since we've seen an echo clutch in a round, but it happened here, and Los are looking alive, and they have just proved to us now that this will be a series.
Mano, eu vendo nossos ataques, nós lentos pra caralho, demorando pra fazer tudo, mano. Perdendo no tempo os bagulhos, perdendo no eco.
Perdendo porque a gente tava só jogando, tá ligado? Sem fazer o que a gente faz, tipo, jogar em sincronia, indo, tipo, todo mundo junto, tá ligado? Parece que a gente só tava indo, tomando kill.
Cara, só que, tipo, foi desatenção. Mano,
é, tipo, é isso que eu tô puto, tipo, uma falta de atenção mínima, tá ligado?
É só isso, mano. Fora isso, mano, reseta essa porra aqui. É mais um mapa, igual eu falei pra vocês. Tem que colocar um pouquinho na cabeça, tipo, de novo, foi a mesma parada da GK, tá ligado? Acha que o bagulho tá ganho, só tá ganho se a gente faz o nosso trabalho bem feito no server e a gente não fez, mano. Pronto.
A gente faz. Sabe o que eles pegam muito? Pique. Eu não sei se vai rolar para o jogo de ontem, mas pique eles pegam muito.
Não, esses steps finais rolam umas pactadas ali.
A nossa cabeça, como que a gente vai lidar com nossos erros, mano? Ninguém é perfeito, tá ligado? Era pra gente estar preparado pra perder, tá ligado? Dá mais emoção também, que tipo, porra, tava um oba-oba, um bagulho muito fácil. Então, mano, a gente quer ser campeão do mundo, a gente vai ter que saber vencer a dificuldade.
Tem medo de cagar, não come. Tem medo de cagar, não come. Vamos, porra!
Bora! Não acabou ainda não, porra!
Foge dessa arrombada, acabou, caralho.
Los took down FaZe on Cafe 7-2. If that doesn't give you hope for Los, I have no idea what will.
Birds didn't have a great game in the previous map. You have to wonder if that's part of the culprit.
Maya is in the perfect position. Los kickoff Cafe with a dominant round.
Deixaram acordar, não deveria.
Eu acho que o diferencial da W7M tá aqui na cabeça. O nosso mindset é diferente.
Maya has been the saving grace for Los. KZ looks to beat him, but Maya finds another quick headshot, now peeking again. What is happening? Finally shut down by JV. Loban trapped. Felipox on the other side with the pistol.
Chega pra cada jogo com um mindset atualizado.
Loban with just a second on the clock. Exposed, now a new timer begins. Oh, the Goyle canister will stop Nade's advance, doing so much damage as now he plays around. Quad kill for Logan.
This major belongs to Loban. The crowd.
Meu time é o melhor time do mundo e a gente faz acontecer.
From Los, time and time again. W7M in a 4 versus 2. Maya against the worlds, against the raging bulls.
Second flat.
E tipo, uma sensação única. É uma sensação que não tem preço. Falei isso muito antes aqui por meus times, meus companheiros. Hoje a gente ia ganhar e não ia ter nada que acontecesse que ia parar isso. E foi o que foi. Foi um baile da W7M.
A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta.
Eu acho que essa dinastia ela já existe. A gente tá muito bem aí há muito tempo. E eu acho que esses 2 títulos aí são pra coroar.
I am world champion two vezes, bro.
Mas a gente quer a marreta. A gente quer mais. Eu não vou aceitar ver outro time levantando a marreta lá no meu país. Pode ter certeza que a gente vai trabalhar o dobro para erguer essa marreta no Brasil.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
What an incredible Six Invitational we've had here. Brazil, the heart, the beating heart of Invitational, and of course, of Rainbow Six Siege. Our entire game that has spanned now 9 years that we love so very much. There's more to come, of course, always in the future, and that's what we all look forward to at every single event. But SI is different than all of them because, yes, we're a massive community. We're all around the world. Our events travel to show that, to show it in the players, in the talent that are part of this entire team. Of course, our production squads as well. For all of you watching, I know you're looking forward to the next big thing, the next step, the big changes that are coming to the game, of course, the esport, all the upgrades, more for tomorrow. But for the reveal of our latest operation, you really need to savor in what makes SI so special. It started all the way back in 2017 in Montreal in a tiny little studio, but the esport and, of course, the future game updates. Of course, the community is you. Those that are here around us, here in Sao Paulo, you watching at home, and our common bees, of course. The esport, well, we had 20 teams, we're down to 6, and now to 3 to make it to that grand final. And they've made it all so worth it and beautiful to see. And as for that very next step, it's time to uncover who lies behind the shadows. And be careful, he's quick on the draw. It's time for Operation Deadly Omen. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Operation Deadly Omen. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, here to give you all the details on the first season of Year 9 of Rainbow Six Siege. We've got some big updates to shake up the meta, a sinister new operator, and maybe even a special guest at the end? Let's not jinx it. To get us started, please welcome Creative Director Alexander Karpazes.
Year 9 Season 1 starts with a bang, and it's all about Operation Deadly Omen. You'll see huge meta shifts this season, where we're bringing the new shield rework, changes to the attachment system, and much more. The locker system is Deimos. Now that he's captured by Team Rainbow, he won't be joining them, but he will be playable. We can't wait for you to see more about him. On top of all of this, we're adding something special to the ranked rewards this season. A super rare headgear for those of you who can climb the ladder and show it off.
Our next topic is a big one. After proving its mettle on the test server, the revamped shield mechanic is ready for prime time. Game director Joshua Mills is here to present this huge change and talk about the new tactical possibilities of shields.
So right off the bat, I'd love to take the opportunity to again thank our community for checking out our lab test server. So why are we changing the shields? The current state of the shields has something that I saw a comment for this and I thought it was perfect. It was headshot lottery. That's kind of what the hipfire sequence is, where it's just a random headshot can catch you and does not feel good, regardless of what side of the shield you're on. With this package, one of the big things was to make sure that every action a shield operator can have follows a very simple principle. Be defensive. Be defensive 90% of the time. If you want to be offensive, then you got to give something for that. This is the idea that reloading behind the shield is now safe. But if you want to go for the kill and you want to use your weapon, you have to open yourself up. You have to become vulnerable. Obviously, it's reinforcing the fantasy of being the tank of your team. We want you to be able to be in that front line. We want you to be able to carve away the territory. And ultimately, we want you to feel powerful. Right now, we're focusing on the ballistic shields. So this is Fuse, Blitz, Montagne when the shield is not extended. There's a bunch of new things that you can do. One, you can break through full health barricades. You have a melee pushback, and it does damage. You can reload behind your shield. Additionally, you can activate triggerable gadgets from behind the shield, as well as deploy your throwables. You will actually move the shield just a little bit to make sure that arm gets out there. Now that said, your head will always be protected. The free look. This is actually what's replacing the hipfire. This means that, as Monty, for example, you can approach a doorway and you can look to the left, look to the right, check if there's traps. But more importantly, if you're working as a team, you can hold your position while you feed that intel to them. As we can see, attackers and ballistic shields are getting a lot of functionality. They're able to sprint, better rotations throughout the map, but that said, a defender can light up that shield. This will actually stop a shield operator from sprinting. This is one of the key things you can do to start coordinating with your team or setting up for the flanks. With the new addition of the defensive melee, this allows our shield operators to get up close and personal. Something, generally speaking, you don't want to happen. But if it does, you're not out of options. It's important to recognize that whenever you do get hit by a knockback, you have a window of opportunity in which you can light up that shield user. Maybe shoot them in the legs, do something in that reaction, but again, not a position you want to find yourself in. So it's best to use the suppressive fire to keep them at a distance and work with your team. So this is the foundation of our shields going forward. It sets us up for the opportunity to revisit different parts of our shields, including our extended shields. We'll have a little bit more to talk about later this year.
While the Siege team continuously works to improve player protection, the launch of a new season is a great time to introduce impactful new measures. Updates targeting ranked mode and anti-cheat are on the way. And here to tell you more, our associate producer.
With Deadly Omen, we're introducing new restrictions to play Rank. Rank is our most competitive playlist, the place where you compete against other players based on your performance and skill level. The restrictions target two different groups, returning and new players. Siege is a constantly evolving game. The meta changes. There's new operators, new maps, balancing updates, or even gameplay addition. We know it's not a good experience to be with someone in a team who is not aware of the latest game updates. From now on, we will consider a player as inactive when that player hasn't played any regular PvP match for an entire season. When coming back, the inactive player will need to rediscover the game by winning 5 quick match or standard matches to unlock access to Ranked. The other restriction is regarding new players. A new player is any player who hasn't played Ranked before the release of Deadly Omen. From now on, besides the clearance level 50 requirement to play Ranked, the new players will need to have in their collection at least 10 attacking and 10 defending operators. The focus of the new restrictions is to preserve the competitive integrity of Ranked while enhancing the experience for all players.
Banland data is an amazing system. The goal of it is to better detect and act on cheaters that are ruining the game experience of everybody. Right now, we're moving from an old model to a new model that will be based on machine learning. This is a key update for our anti-cheat strategy. We will have conservative threshold to make sure that we're not impacting fair and regular players. We only want to catch cheaters and the people that are ruining your game experience. We want to clean matches in a proactive way. Our long-term strategy toward cheating and ban data will be exposed on the Year 9 overview. Player protection toward anti-cheat or player behavior are top priority for the project on Siege.
In addition to accumulating razor-sharp skills and finely tuned instincts, Siege players have a tendency to collect stylish looks. So we've got a new inventory system to help you make the most of your cosmetic collection. UX designer Nicholas Joshua Klein is here from Ubisoft Berlin to introduce the Locker.
We're excited to announce a new addition coming to Rainbow Six Siege, the Locker. The Locker adds a comprehensive way of browsing your entire collection of cosmetics. Players will be able to find their items in different categories, such as appearance for headgear and uniforms, or weapons for weapon skins, attachment skins, and charms. Categories hold all items of that type for all operators and can be sorted by different criteria, such as operator, name, or rarity. Players will also be able to manage their items in more in-depth ways, such as browsing the latest item category, as well as marking items as favorites. Once an item is marked as a favorite, you'll be able to find it in the Locker's own favorites category, as well as on top of your item lists when customizing your operators over in the operators tab. The latest item category lets you find any item you may have received recently, no matter where it came from. Shop, pack, battle pass, it's all in there. Players will also be able to access the pack manager from the Locker, right as the first option on the screen. In the following seasons, players can expect more updates coming to the Locker. As always, we will continue to listen to your feedback.
In Operation Deadly Omen, you'll want to take a fresh look at your loadouts as big changes are coming to attachments, including the return of a fan favorite combo. Which combo, you ask? To tell you about that, we'll need game designer Mathieu Lacombe.
With Deadly Omen, we're going to upgrade the ADS and the attachment system. We're going to bring this awesome gunplay and gun feel that we have in Siege, and we're going to make it even better. So for the ADS, we're slowing down the time it takes for you to come from the IP to the fully ADS state. This means that if you have a plan, you're in control of an angle, you're going to get rewarded here. These changes also allow us to have more creativity and more control on what kind of bonus we can give to our attachments. Currently in the game, we have the Universal 1X, the 1.5, the 2.0, 2.5, and 3.0. In Deadly Omen, we're reshuffling them into 4 categories. We're going to have the Iron Sights, the Universal 1X, the Magnified Scope, and the Telescopic Scope. These 4 new categories allows us to give them different bonuses. Iron Sights will have 10% ADS speed. Universal 1X will have 5% ADS speed. Magnified Scope will have no bonus on the ADS speed, but will in turn provide you with a 2.5 zoom level. The Telescopic Scope will have also no bonus on the ADS speed, but it will have a 3.5 zoom level. We are removing the 1.5. We're going to keep the casing, the object, and we're going to put it in the Magnified Scope section. As we're changing the optics section, we have to redistribute them. This means that our defenders will have limited access to the magnified scope, no telescopic scope there, but on the attacker side, we'll have access to magnified and telescopic scope on mostly all of our operators. That means Ash, that means the R4C, so if you weren't there back then, we're back. So the laser, it's such a tactical object, it's this awesome attachment, but we don't do it justice, right? We're going to change the hipfire bonus into an ADS speed bonus. A 15% bonus, this is huge. But you'll have to be careful on where you're aiming. So now that we have 2 categories that affect the time it takes to go in ADS, well, the angle grip is a bit redundant in this current form. What we're going to bring in Deadly Omen is a 20% reload speed bonus. So if you've been keeping up with Siege, well, last year we changed the reload. This is such an important new change for you now. If you thought that reload speed was very spicy for attachment, well, we have the horizontal grip, a new attachment that will be available for our primary weapons. This one will provide movement speed bonus. So if you want to zoom around, that's the one. The vertical grip will remain the one attachment that you want if you want to manage vertical recoil, but we're making it 15% instead of 20% bonus. As you can see in Deadly Omen, there's tons of changes to the attachment system. I suggest that you go in the shooting range, you try all of those new options around because you have to try them out.
We're just a few updates away from the full reveal of the new operator, Deimos. But first, here's creative director Alexander Karpazes with more on what's coming this season.
A big feature for player comfort that's coming this season is pre-visualization of projectiles. These are all the gadgets that are throwable. When you're quickly aiming, you'll have a pre-vis trail, and when you stop and pause for a bit, you'll have a completed arc. For experienced players, this is not about lowering the skill ceiling. Instead, this is giving you the confidence to set up sights quickly